Yeah,
There we
I was
go.
in there for the first part of it, Jin, and I heard him breaking down the Denver Jet trade, and that's about as full a picture as you can get. Like positional need, relationships between the organizations, and like that was really good. I thought he was excellent.
Yeah, he's
You
definitely
know what
good.
I thought of too? If what about this, Mark? I actually this morning I thought about this. It's funny you bring that up. What if how I mean the Jets need a receiver, no? Would you rather draft a receiver? Right?
Well, all right, let's say yes.
Would you trade Brees for Cortland Sutton?
Oh boy.
I'm just asking.
Don't. You asking me or you asking Mark?
I'm what, what's that?
Why would they
No,
have to
like
throw?
I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know. I'm just asking.
I think you make your team a little weaker if you do that. And I think there are wide receivers in this draft you could get to add in a wide receiver two role. So I'm including this, the head coach and the general manager and the whole offense.
Has been make that statement.
Oh man. All right. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. So we've got all right, so the front office had holes. Okay. Now let's go to position groups. Okay. Down the line. This is again before the free agent period started. Holes at quarterback, cornerback, right tackle, wide receiver, linebacker, and tight end. That's seven. Any other groups I missed with holes prior to free agency? This is prior to the sign.
Is there a hole at kicker, Mark?
Why linebacker?
This was before they signed Jamie and Sherwood.
Okay.
Well, I think the linebacker thing is less of a worry right now, Mark, to be honest. Let's see
No,
what
I'm
Curtis
saying,
thinks.
yeah, go ahead, Curtis.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
Good
I
morning.
was I'm I was listening. One thing we have to take account that was brought up just around just the Twitterverse. Um, we're not done signing people.
No.
There's gonna be
That's
some
right.
more signings after the draft, so we don't get screwed with the compensatory picks. Um,
Hmm.
so a lot of holes. I'm not saying everything's gonna be fit, but we have to take that into account. That's all I want to say.
Curtis, I agree with that 100%. And that's why I wanted to go through this exercise because if you're either not in here every day or you're from an opposing fan base, because we've had, folks like that in here, you would, we're going in circles with a lot of this stuff, and it's like I'm trying to understand. Okay, from end of last year through this last free agent period, now heading into the draft and that second wave of free agency, like you said, like how many holes are there really? Because where I'm getting at with this is I'm trying to understand where they're at as a team.
Well, Mark, let me just ask this: if you're a fan of another team in here, with all the takes, would think the Jets are 5-12 or less, correct?
Oh, well, I would see, honestly, if I had never been in here before, I see all these 3 to 4 logos. I would think that they're winning 3 to 4 games. Because I'm like, what is
Well,
that? I don't know what that
they
is.
they only won 5,
See,
so
see, do you see the digs there? You see the digs there, Petey?
Well,
throw them
that's what
back.
I'm just saying. If you're,
Mark and Petey are part of the CDC, the Cap Don't Count crew.
No,
I got a question though, June. I got a question.
Talk to me, Kirk.
So when they inevitably sign both Sauce and Garrett Wilson, y'all's the 34 sign's gonna come off, huh?
No. Why? We see. Once again, don't let Mark mislead you by we the 30-14 because we expect 3 to 4 wins. That's him putting a spin on what we
No,
are.
no, I'm not talking about the wins. I'm talking about, oh, so you're just doing it as the standard. You need to put a team on there on the 34 somewhere. Because people
No,
would think it's like 3 to 4 wins
no, no,
instead
no,
of
no.
being the 34th advisor team.
Now, a member of the 34 team, you know better than that.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm talking about the outside people. The outside people, like, man, there's a lot of 34. Is that a special player for the Jets or something? Like, they don't
I
know
mean,
it's a 34th team. The
well,
advisor council.
well, you know what? That's where it's the icebreaker at. When someone asks me, what is your? We're part of the 34th team, not the 33rd team, the 34th team. We get shit done around here. When we bring up subjects in this space, next thing you know they happen. We want to Justin Fields. Guess what? We
June, can
we
I ask an
True.
uncomfortable question to Mark? Use shoes or whatever for June's victory laps
he's wearing
to
through the
donate.
treads. I know it's tough.
I'm just saying, hey Kurt,
I'm gonna have to go
hey
to Arc
Kurt,
or South Arm and get
Yeah.
him some new
do
flip
you hear this?
flops.
When I take my victory laps, my feet hurt. So now they want to get me some sneakers, and then that's cool. Don't even worry about it, bro.
He got bad
Man, just
arches.
get
Can I
just
keep
just get
going?
get them some insoles, man. Give them some insoles.
Yeah,
Hey,
those arches can't help him. Can I
hey,
please keep going with this, Chan?
continue, Torres.
All right, thank you. So I count again, just going back for this is what I'm talking about. So if I count again, we got before free agency started, there were some 7 position groups and the front office that needed to be addressed at the end of last season. Is that fair to say? Can we at least agree on that?
Mark, yeah, they have a ton of holes. Sure, I'm not
I
being
know, but I'm asking
combative.
because folks see this shit different. No, I'm fine, but folks see it differently, and then
Mark,
sometimes
who
it's nice
sees
to.
it differently though? I don't know if the Jets are going to be good next year. I'm hopeful. I'm trying to be hopeful.
Okay,
Like if Justin Fields hits, then maybe we have something. I don't know yet. Can Aaron
well,
Glenn way? Did you see that Justin Fields led the league in explosive plays or whatever?
well,
The
what?
June, yeah. What did June? You put you.
Can't believe it.
The
Go
34th
ahead.
team was all over it, and we was the first to send it out in space. Thank you.
The
Mark,
selective analytics department of the three
quarter,
four
oh,
team put that
quarter,
together. Get out of here.
Mark, quarterbacks with the highest explosive play rate in a single season over the past 5 years. Justin Fields, 5.3%, 2022. Lamar Jackson, 4.1 in
He
2022. Lamar Jackson, 4.5% in 2020. Yes, Mark.
he on that same sheet of paper, like right under there, or in a star or in bold, did they put his record when his
Mhm.
defense lets up over 20 points? Did they
Mark,
include that
that's
stat
no,
or they
because now no,
omitted?
because now you're changing the narrative of the point. You're
Holy.
deflecting.
Oh, I'm
You
deflecting.
know what? You know
Okay.
what, Mark? Mark, I got a question for you. Give me the
Ugh.
records. Give me the records of most quarterbacks when their defense let up over 20 points.
June, stop asking me to do your homework. Okay,
See,
go
Well,
find
see,
it
Mark,
and
see,
you
bring
were the
it.
same Mark
see,
for real, and then
see.
we'll get to Whittle. Mark, you were the same guy, just like I was, who said if the Jets could score, I had the Aaron Rodgers excuse. If they score this amount of points, then they're going to win. And we only give up 17. What were we giving up? How much a year? I mean,
Oh,
how much that
jeez, Pete.
Mo, I'm just
Well,
saying.
It was
no,
18 points.
defense.
It was 18 points, Pete.
Yeah, they
Go
were
ahead.
letting up some 16, 17 points a game, the Jet defense, before it got dismantled. This was before uh, they let JFM go and Jefferson and the rest of it. Like that was a nice unit. Like they were an elite unit. I mean, the turnover, you could poke holes, but they're an elite unit under
You mean the
Sala.
Jet? You mean the Jet defense was good before your favorite coach sat there? We ain't got his guys from San Fran. Nah, don't tell me
Yeah,
that.
the Kinlaw thing was bad, but Mark, I think you may want to close your ears because Whittle's going to come off the mic, and I know exactly what he's going to do.
Let's go.
Get his ass up, man.
Go ahead, Whittle. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
I'm putting something in the jumbotron, and yeah, I just wanted
How,
to
how did
play
I
something
know?
in the jumbotron.
Man, I knew you were doing this. Good morning.
Good morning. Good
Good
morning.
win. Good win last night.
Thank you. Appreciate it. June.
Whittle, let me ask you something real quick. Just yes or
Yeah.
no. Do you think the Knicks should fire Thibodeau?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
He's gotten
Sorry,
them
you.
as
Mark.
far as he
Thank
can.
you.
He's
Mark, I
gotten them
knew
as
Thank
that
far
you.
where
as he
this
can.
was going. This
Thank you.
little segment here is
Thank you. Thank
we'll
you.
be back.
No, it's not. I'm not trying to. I'm not like. I'm actually talking ball right now.
No, real.
I do think that he should be fired because I think he's gotten them as far as he possibly
Thank
can.
you.
He does not play enough. He does. You,
Thank you.
you can't play guys
Thank
like
you.
dude had what was his name? Josh Hart.
Yes.
I don't know if he sat down at all.
No, he didn't.
That doesn't make sense. Like in the NBA, you are going to have to sometimes choose offense over defense and allow guys like Josh Hart to sit down for stretches of the game in order to inject some sort of offensive punch into what you have on the floor. And Tibbs just refuses to do it.
It's funny you mentioned that. With I was talking to PD last night, and man Buckeye, and I sat there and said it's time to fire him. He is Buck Showalter. He only bringing us so far. Now we need to go
So
get Joe
so
Joe.
y'all were watching the game together and discussed as we walked you down.
Fuck you,
No,
man.
no,
Wow, wow,
no. I knew they were
wow.
going to lose though.
I didn't. No,
I, I said they had a chance with like five with 3 minutes and 14 seconds, and then June and I started arguing. No, we weren't talking on the phone. We exchanged
No,
messages.
yeah, but for the Knicks to get better, they need a coach that's willing that's going to expand the roster, like
yes,
especially during the regular season.
yes.
Like there should be games where I don't think any of the starters, with the exception of Josh Hart, should play more than like 67 to 70 games. Like there should be built-in games throughout the season where you just have a night off because you're one of the players that we need to be well rested by the time we get to the playoffs. It just should be that way because I, the game is so fast, it's so explosive. I mean, it can be physical. It's a grind. You all of the travel, all this other stuff, and yes, I understand that other guys did it, in years past, but they the athletes, the NBA guys back in the day, like not all of them were as explosive as guys that play today are. Like, I mean, you got guys on the bench that are your seventh or eighth guy who can come out there and they have 41-inch verticals. They can run, they can dribble, they can jump. I mean, they can do everything. You didn't have a ton of guys that did that back in the day. And how many star players would have saved their career or been able to play a little longer by having built-in nights off throughout the season.
Yeah.
So, but I did want to speak on the Justin Fields explosive play stat. I, the problem is not that Justin Fields can't produce. It's just he's not consistent when he does it. If it's either explosive play or terrible play, that's not good. Like you have to be able to do the little things as well. I have yet to see a string of like 4 or 5 games where Justin Fields is making the right read over the middle of the field consistently. He doesn't do that. A lot of that stuff a lot of the games last year where they won with him at the helm, I mean, there were checkdowns, and when he did get explosive plays, it was off of him scrambling or the threat of him scrambling. You can't expect that to be you can't expect to build an offense off of that. So
I get it. That concerns me, but hopefully this staff Whittle puts him in a good position to make plays. That's all I could hope for.
well,
Because
to be fair, I think every staff has put him, but probably with the exception of Chicago early. I think every staff put him in position to win or
but Whittle, do
make
you think
plays.
they should
It's
have
just he
benched
doesn't
No,
him?
trust.
Do you think
no.
Pittsburgh at 4-2 should have put Wilson in? Honestly,
Yeah,
well, they
yeah,
weren't
I do.
scoring like they should have, in my eyes.
They weren't scoring like they should have, and Pickens was visibly upset because he wasn't getting the ball enough. Yeah, absolutely. And
Mark, are you
and
happy with that,
normally,
Mark?
Yes,
normally
it was a
when
basketball space. Now we're back to it. Go ahead.
But normally, when like a receiver is crying about the football, it's because they're just being, divas or assholes. But like he legitimately was open a lot, and Fields would just not throw him the football, like either because he didn't see him, or he drops his head too quick to take off and run, or he just doesn't trust what he's seeing in front of him. Like I think he's a terrible processor. I don't know. I, I think he's a terrible processor. And I stay away from quarterbacks who go to big schools like Ohio State. I tend to stay away from their quarterbacks. Alabama tend to stay away from their Georgia. I mean, it's rare. And when you get a guy at one of these big Power Five programs, you know that they got it. Like uh when you saw Burrow at LSU, you knew. Like you knew. And when you saw what's the kid that went to that left Bryce Young. When you saw Bryce Young at Alabama, yeah, he's short and that's always going to be a problem for him, but you saw you saw the process. And you
What?
saw the ability to deliver the football down the field. Like I mean some of those passing plays that he hit Jermaine Burton with, I mean, bro.
What? What? Look, I would like to push back on you on this right here. Let me say this real quick. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Pittsburgh have a bad bottom 10, bottom 5 line?
No, I wouldn't say that.
You
Um
you wouldn't
I
say
would
that?
say I would no. I would say that Pittsburgh
Where, where was their line
Pittsburgh
rank?
had. Oh, I don't know where it was ranked. I'm just saying based on the guys that they had on that line, that's not a bad offensive line.
Wait,
They
wait.
did have some injuries though. They lost like 3 guys on their line. Yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, do you know
The
what their
excuses.
do you know where their line ranked?
I would say it's probably 20 or less or higher.
No, it's even lower than that. It was 27.
Yeah, yeah.
That's with
Yeah.
Justin Fields and Russ.
That's with Justin Fields. Yes, absolutely.
But Russ went through that too, and Russ still made plays downfield. So I don't.
Russ turned the ball over. Matter of fact, who had the better winning percentage, Russ or Justin Fields? Justin Fields did.
Yeah, of course he did. Who did Justin Fields play? They didn't play a division game until like week 10, like week 8 or 9 or something like that. That's when all of their division games started. It was like at the back half of the season. So Russ played the Ravens twice, the Bengals twice. He played the Browns, like the tougher games, the Chiefs, like all of those games came at the end of the year when Russ was in the game.
I mean, he can
I
only.
think
Uh-oh.
the play calling for
He,
Tomlin to Fields was also limiting, to be honest,
Absolutely.
because
I don't like Arthur Smith as a coordinator. Period. But
DJ Moore ate pretty damn well in Chicago in 23 with
yes, he
Fields.
did. Yes, he did. Best
Can
year.
we
Best
dismantle
year
that
yet.
narrative for a second, please? Because at June's request, I watched the Washington Commanders Justin Fields game where they won that
Oh,
game 40 to
they
20,
did. Yes, they did.
and DJ Moore was unstoppable in that
Yes,
football
he
game.
was.
We're talking he was a yak. He was the actual yak king. I saw him take a 5 yard hitch or whatever and take it to the house and get some 40 or 50 yards off a play like that. And I saw him running on the outside and they just couldn't seem to stop. I can't tell you how many too high looks or he kept threatening at the boundary and the corner was getting toasted and the safety was taking a bad pursuit angle and then Moore would take it to the house. Like it was,
Mark,
and listen, Fields can do that.
Yes, he
Yes,
can.
Pete.
Mark, real quick. So Whittle brought up something, so I looked. The Steelers opened up with Fields. They played the Falcons, the Broncos, the Chargers,
Chargers
the
did it. Yes, he
Colts,
did.
the Cowboys, the Raiders, and then they went to, obviously, Wilson played against the Jets in week 7. So that's when they went to Wilson. So
Chargers.
their schedule wasn't, I mean, it wasn't.
Watch what they're going to do now, Pete. They're going to say, "Oh well,
Wait.
the
Well,
Broncos.
that's
This is
where I'm
before the
going.
Broncos were good. The
What?
Chargers. This was like with our like they were just getting going. Like
Oh
watch,
man, come on, yo.
listen,
See that? Did they play him? Did he? Did he
rip.
beat him?
Oh boy, you see,
He
all
beat a
right.
playoff team. Like I mean, like
June. The Broncos in the first half of the season were not
The
the
Broncos
Broncos in the
scored
second
6
half.
points against the Steelers and 9 against the Jets.
I'm talking about the Chargers. I
No,
said the
no, no. I
Chargers.
know that, but
Yeah.
Whittle. The Jets should have beat the Broncos at home too. And then the whole season, in my
Yeah,
opinion,
absolutely.
that whole thing. If Zerline makes that kick, I mean, we could say if
You
whatever.
could do that, Petey, but
Correct.
then you have to add you have to add the Will Levis if he didn't give the gift game too. Like
Yes.
we lost that
Yes.
game.
Yeah,
We
but
lost
Yes.
that
Buckeye,
All
game.
right, who's pivoting
but
now?
Buckeye, that one play though doesn't mean the Jets. Will
Wait, wait, wait,
Levis.
Yes,
wait,
we
wait,
lose
wait,
that
wait, wait,
Tennessee
wait,
game,
wait, wait,
Petey.
Okay,
wait,
Yes.
but how do
wait,
you
wait.
know? But how do you know they were going to score a touchdown that drive?
So wait. At the same time, I can ask you after Zerline makes that kick, how you know that? I mean, come on,
What?
you can't do
I'm
like
not
what Buckeye
saying.
said.
I think this. I just think the season might have been a little bit different. It would have been. They would have had an extra win. They would have been 3-1, and I don't think if Zerline made that kick, I don't think Salah would have got fired. And that's not the reason why Salah got
And
fired.
if Salah didn't get fired, what would be the difference in the season? Because Mark
I don't
likes to
know.
paint a
Well,
picture that this was a playoff
here it
team with
comes. Go
Salah.
ahead, Mark. Defend
So
that.
they went. You know, if you'll notice, if for folks that were listening, these guys went around the horn. It got very uncomfortable talking about Justin Fields' actual performance against teams that early in the season, and then they used that to like pivot it back to the Jets, and then it turned into a Cam shot on me. So when you guys are ready to start, I'm going to take a little breather. I'll be right back. When you guys are ready to talk about how they address holes on the team in free agency, I'll come back. It'll take like 5 minutes.
No
Yeah,
problem.
Petey, you can't cherry pick a Zerline missed kick. Be like, yeah, that should have been a win, and this should have been a
No.
win.
And
Will Levis, what he did
Mm-hmm.
was indescribable,
facts.
and he gifted the game. So that was a
But
gift. So
Buckeye, that
yes, we
happened in the
lost that game.
second quarter.
So what? Hey, Pete, if that doesn't happen, do the Jets win that game?
But we don't know. We don't know if the Jets
Oh
could have hold them
man,
to
Oh,
a.
Petey,
yo,
I'm
this
just
is crazy.
no.
Petey, you
Okay.
watched that game.
Yes, it was bad, but I'm saying you don't know if Tennessee was going to score a touchdown. The Jets won by how many? I'm just saying.
With two, right? One or two?
I forget what it was. Tom, go ahead. You got a trade or what?
Yes, I
Oh
Jerry
man.
Jones had to let me go.
Wow. So I don't know how many times you got fired. 4 times, and you still got a
Uh,
job.
he let me go. He said I got fleeced on that Jets trade for Sauce Gardner, so he had to let me go. But I'm living down here in Miami. I just took their GM job, and man, do I got a deal for you guys.
Hey,
I would
Tommy.
like
Does it
to,
include Mark in the
Hey,
trade?
yeah, please put
Does it
Mark in the
include
trade.
Mark?
Nah,
We
I
will
Mark.
would like
trade
to
you.
offer you guys.
Mark isn't going anywhere.
We'll trade.
Petey turned it down already. No
we-
change.
We'll trade you, Mark, for one security guard.
I got a good.
Petey
Wait,
mixed
wait,
it.
wait, June. If I don't want to, if you saying I'm re-signing everybody, you know damn well I'm not getting rid of Mark.
Mark.
You know what?
That's
Mark,
what we're
it's still
saying, Petey.
time.
You just extended him.
It's
Mark's the
still
best.
time, Mark.
I have a great offer for you guys. I think you should take it and move on and help with the rebuild. I would like to take your second round pick this year and your second round pick next year, and I'd like to give you Tua.
Hell no.
See you later.
Give us Rogers back instead.
Yeah, for real.
I think
No,
that's a very fair trade. I don't see how you guys aren't
no
jumping on this.
So
way.
then Tua
Okay,
will
I
be
just
playing.
got back,
Yeah,
and
Mark.
Tom is trying to
Please.
give the Jets to us. Sorry, no thanks.
No,
What's the holdback? I don't understand.
no way. Fragile, Mr. Glass.
The cold weather, Tom.
His brain.
He can
His
acclimate.
brain.
We're
Yeah,
talking about Tua Tagovailoa here. He's taking
He's a half
something
step
to
from
it.
wheelchair.
Nah,
Oh,
that's a
all
fact.
right, come on.
All right, I'll do
That
that.
wasn't
Can we
me.
get back?
Yeah, come
That's
on.
me. Can we get back? All right. So I don't know what I missed, but look, I wanted to
Mark,
go through
people
some of
want
these
to
off
trade you,
season.
and I said no.
Oh,
For a
okay.
security guard. For a
Well,
security.
listen, I hear some of the takes in here, and it's, I mean, look, I guess I'm accepting offers. But let's look at, I want to look at some of the positions and what they did to fix things and see if we can get some agreement on that. So, and we'll start with the hot topic, which is Justin Fields. Because here's the thing, Pete. We hear people, so Justin Fields, they signed him for a 2-year, $40 million deal, right? With $30 million guaranteed. Let me ask you a question. If the Jets were actually trying to tear this thing down, like the 3 to 4 win team is saying, if they really were trying to tank for 26 to get, I don't know, some phantom quarterback and a better quarterback class, why get Justin Fields in the first place? Why even do it?
I agree, Mark. I don't think they're
It's a lottery
tanking.
ticket. Listen,
I'll go on mute. Go
signing,
ahead, explain.
signing Justin Field is a lottery ticket. Think about something. Offensive line wise, Chicago was horrendous, and so was Pittsburgh. But yet he still was able to win. He was able to keep his turnovers down to a minimum. During that 6 game span, he was responsible for 10 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Gene,
Whereas,
you're making
if,
my point, though, Gene, when you say this.
oh,
Because
I
why
went,
not just, if you're looking to tank and
Mark,
rebuild and
Mark,
tear it
let me,
down, why sign Fields?
Mark, if you ask a
Who said they're
question,
looking to
let me
tank?
finish. Let me finish, please, Mark. Please, can I finish?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
No.
It's a lottery ticket. If he hits, then you don't have to draft a quarterback. Simple.
Okay. So, June, do you like the Jets' chances of hitting on Justin Fields?
Unlike everybody else, I do think that it'll work. You know why? Because,
Mhm.
let me say this. Because, once again, the offensive, everything starts in the trenches. A lot of times he was running, he had to run. He was forced. I
I
seen that
mean,
man.
if you're forced to run because you can't
Look,
read the field, yes, then
I
yes, you are
seen that.
forced to
I
run.
seen that man. I seen that man stand in the pocket and take some hits and deliver the ball down. I seen him do that.
He is tough. I'll agree with you there, Jim.
Let's get to
Very
Jonathan.
tough. You straining the fucking defense. You basically force defenses to play zone because they can't afford to turn that on
Gene,
unless you
you're
have a
straining
spy.
bad defenses, is what you meant to say. Because if you're a good defense, I'm sorry, dude. Or or if you're playing a team that's going to score more than 20.
I'll tell you
But
what you get with
whatever, we'll
him,
leave it
which we
alone.
haven't. I'll tell you what we get with him, which we haven't had in years, is a locker room guy.
How's that locker room going to go
Yeah.
when they have to score more, when they can't score more 20, when they let up 20 points on defense and they
Mark, that
can't
has
win?
nothing to do with it, Mark.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Justin Fields' respect
Well,
level for. Go ahead, Jonathan. Jump in.
no.
Yeah, please.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Hold on,
So I
John.
was gonna say, I think you guys are gonna get a probably the best version of Justin Fields the NFL will see this year in the Jets. You know, he was kind of set up last year. He got to sit behind Russell Wilson and go through practice and see how he orchestrates an offense from his standpoint. Those guys were best friends, and not only that, like Whittle, I know you said that like these checkdowns, but those checkdowns is what like makes or breaks a really good quarterback, because yeah, you could go for the home run ball, but it takes some sort of discipline to throw to a check down. And I think that's what Justin Fields really learned with his time in Pittsburgh in those first few games. But the one thing I do go back to is early in the Steelers season. I don't know if anyone watched our games, but if you go back to the Colts game,
I
Justin
did.
Fields
Go ahead.
played phenomenal that game. But on the last, he had the opportunity to lead us to like a game-winning drive, and he had a quarterback center exchange that just went so bad. And it's like, dude, you're not a rookie anymore. So there are some sides to him that he has to like develop, but I really think his time in Pittsburgh kind of set his mind right, and just his dynamic ability is going to win you a lot of games, because he
Jonathan, hold
might.
on. Back to that. Just back to that Colts game for a second. Is that the game with the terrible spin cycle fumble, where it wasn't the exchange, but he
Yeah.
has it and he's spinning, and then he puts the ball
Yeah,
on the turf and it's a turnover?
Yes.
yes,
That was a red
yes.
zone
Yes.
turnover,
That's
wasn't it? If I recall right, or was it not a red zone?
no,
No,
no.
it wasn't a
That
red
was
zone turnover.
it was just outside the red zone. It was just outside the red, but it was not red
But
zone.
like he had the opportunity, be the guy, and it's like, man, you can't even go under center. Like, dog, you're an NFL quarterback. There's no room for this. You got to be able to take the exchange. And granted, we had a rookie center, and he's going to be the one to take the blame. But I really think that the time and what he showed in Pittsburgh is going to really play well for what you guys are going to get, because he's not going to have this pressure of Russell Wilson over his shoulder. Granted, they were really good teammates and everything, but I think he learned that, like, I don't have to go do or die on this one play. I can throw it down to my running back. He can get a few yards for me, and then we can come back and hit the next play. I think he's going to be really well. You guys are going to be surprised with Justin Fields this year, and I wish him the best. Honestly, I loved him. I wish the Steelers brought him back, but we're in the position we're in, so I don't think you guys should be all gloomy. And I don't know.
It's
We're
just
not
Mark.
Mark
It's
Mark
just Mark.
Torres.
It's just Mark.
Yeah.
So this returns, by the way, to this nonsense we've been hearing around. Okay, if you're looking
Jonathan,
to tank for listen, because again, if you're looking to tank for a quarterback, why? Listen to
No,
what Jonathan
nobody
said.
said to tank, John.
nobody
Nobody said
said
to
that.
tank,
See, there
Mark.
you go. Thank
Wait,
you.
so don't you
Exactly.
guys say tear it down at the end of every space? I'm very if I'm new here, I'm
No,
very confused.
that's
No,
about.
We
explain,
say tear it
please.
down. We say tear it down and get on your nerves. Nobody said anything about
Well,
tanking.
there are fans from other
No,
teams in here. They must be very
they're not.
confused.
They're not.
Okay,
I just think you
No,
guys are
no
going to
one
be
has
really
mentioned
competitive.
okay,
You guys are
all
going
and
to
right.
I
be
agree.
competitive.
I
Get to
agree.
I,
Terrence.
I
These are
just
recorded
think
rooms. Go ahead, Terrence.
I just think that what we need from Mark is for our field goal kicker to miss an extra point in a field goal, and he'll be on the Justin Fields train. Because
Yeah.
that's basically what it is. I mean, then he'll stop blaming Justin Fields. He'll blame everybody else like he did last year. It's everybody else's fault except Aaron Rodgers.
Terrence, Justin
E- e-
Fields.
Hey
Even
Terrence, that's
even
what he does. Hey Terrence, that's what he do
I
anyway.
know,
He
Ju-
yeah, but
flip
I'm just
flop.
saying
ju-
that's what we're gonna wait for because I got to get the dig in because it's the 3-4 win team again. I didn't care if we get. I mean, I was fine with Tyrod Taylor, but I'm fine with Justin Fields for the money that we're paying for him. So I'm fine. I didn't say. I
Thank you.
never said tank, but like I mean,
None of
no.
us.
But what I said, what I did say in the past was at some point if Justin Fields doesn't work out, and I think Petey or somebody said a month ago it was a 30% chance he works out, so it's unlikely he will, but we'll give it a chance because and because he is a good locker room guy, and this is his last chance, and now he's paired with Garrett Wilson again, and if you believe the coach speak that Aaron Glenn is saying, they're going to try to utilize. Instead of trying to fit him into an offense, they're going to try to fit the offense around what he does well, and it still won't it still will translate into 5 or 6 wins or something like that, maybe. And if it does better, then great, But to me, what I've always been saying is that at some point this year, either we got to give up capital in the future to move up next year for a quarterback, or basically
tank.
we trade, or we traded somebody, traded somebody, and that's what I've been saying in the off season the whole time. And I don't know if there's a lot of rumors about us trading with Atlanta. I don't know if it's smoke, but that's what happens 2 weeks away from the draft. But you hear these things about us swapping with Atlanta at 15 to get a first rounder next year. I mean, if that's what they're doing, if that becomes reality, then basically they're doing what I think I was saying they should do, which is to prepare for next year and hope that this quarterback class is a lot better than the class that it is right now, where Cam Ward is really probably the only one that's probably worthy of a top 10 pick, which is the reason why I came in. I don't want to change the subject too much, but what do we do if Sanders doesn't get picked in the top 6? Not that we take him, but basically somebody moves up because Cleveland doesn't take Sanders and the Giants don't take Sanders, or does the consensus in the room that one of those two teams do wind up taking Sanders? Because I'm hearing things now that Sanders could fall into, he could fall to Pittsburgh if he, like the guy that the Pittsburgh fan that was just speaking, or he could fall to the Saints. Somebody that's looking for a future quarterback. And what that does for us is like, okay, under that scenario, you have you have Abdul Carter now being taken at 2. Then you have the cornerback or wide receiver from Colorado taken at 3. But then everybody now moves up. So does that mean New England takes an offensive tackle? Which kind of messes up some people's plans for Membo, if that's what it is. But basically everybody moves up, and is Tyler Warren still available at 7? If, let's say, Jacksonville doesn't get what they want and they figure, hey, let's get a tight end to help Trevor Lawrence out, or something like that. So that was one of the reasons why I came in. But overall, I'm fine with Justin Fields, but I still believe that that if he does not pan out, that we need to be collecting draft capital to move up next year, because at some point this regime, if Justin Fields isn't the answer, this regime has to pick somebody to be the quarterback of the future. And unfortunately, this year, I don't think it is. And even if Sanders is there at 7, I wouldn't necessarily take him myself. And that's all I wanted to basically say. But yeah, as I mentioned, all we need is the defense to mess up for Justin Fields, and I think Mark will be on the bandwagon. That's it.
Mark,
If the defense struggles, or the run game struggles, or the Jets don't trust their tight end room, buckle up. You
What
may
tight
not
end room?
need.
What tight
Mark,
end room?
yeah.
Because let me say
Do you
something.
trust the tight end room?
Let me finish with this, because listen, if those
Oh
things,
man.
if it goes like that, you may not need to trade assets to get the top pick you want for the quarterback in 26. He's going to need those things to win. And if listen, I mean, we can put green lenses on this thing all we want, but I'm just looking at where this team is at and what Fields needs to win based off of what the Steelers did with him last year. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
Mark,
Jude.
Yes.
Jude,
what's up, Pat?
listen, I think we got to get our trader extraordinaire for Team 34 back up here. we need to do this Sauce trade. Dallas is gonna have to give us more so that PD does not nix it. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, if I don't agree, that doesn't mean it's who cares. Like if you guys have your thing, I don't care. Whatever. I don't have to agree with
Look,
it. I
Is
just
GM Tom? Oh, sorry, God.
I would just
look,
I
look,
would extend Sauce. But go ahead. That's
Dude,
look,
me.
look. Let me ask you a question. Mark. You do believe that Garrett Wilson is better than DJ Moore, right?
Uh, yeah, I think they're different, but I think Garrett's. I mean, I think they're both very good receivers. I don't know if I put one as better than the other. DJ Moore's very good, and the game
Now,
I
now, now
watched, he made Justin Fields look like a superstar.
okay.
In that
So
Washington
with that
game.
being said, with that being said, with a better offensive line, you don't think that Garrett could possibly have his best career?
I think the Steelers. Honestly, I think the Steelers line gets a real bad. Like they get a real bad. What's the word I'm looking for? Like if you watch the 6 games of the Steelers' offensive line, like those first six, they're getting pushed in the run game. Like look at the trench battles for their O line in pass pro and in the run game. Like they're doing the job. I feel like it came off. It like the shit came off the wheels fell off after week 6. Um, but I don't know if they sustained some injuries up front. Jonathan could probably tell me what happened with the
Yeah,
fronts. Yeah, go
our
ahead.
starting right guard tore his Achilles, so Justin Fields did have the
Oh,
better O line.
yeah.
That's facts.
Let me
He
ask.
had two rookies
You know,
starting.
if the running
Okay.
game doesn't work,
Thank you, Jonathan.
why would the running game not work?
Oh yeah. Wait. Before we go on, my buddy Deuce down in the listener section, Commander fam, shout out to Deuce for what he does. You know, in his community and his team says
Yep.
this is interesting. Buckeye in June. Hold on here. Where did it go?
I have a question for Jonathan too about a core four. Okay.
Oh, Petey, the 34th reference. PFP is not about tearing everything down? Question mark. I thought
Thank
it
you.
was. Oh
Oh.
well,
No, 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 no,
this
no, no.
is
no.
did, did,
Well,
hold on,
Deuce,
You got a
June.
branding
June,
Deuce.
hold
problem.
on. This is just a question from the listener. See, Mark was right.
Yeah, no,
Mark's onto something.
no. The misconception is when Mark keeps sitting there saying 3 to 4 win team. So that has everybody assuming that. That's why every time he said that, I try to correct him to get people to understand we're not about 3 to 4 wins. Once again, Mark will twist it
Can I
around.
It's
re-ask?
None
actually
of us.
it's
Look,
actually the
look,
number of field goals we're going to miss this year that costs us
Exactly.
games. I think
Can
that's
I
what it
re-ask
is.
Mark? Why would the running game not work
I
out,
think we
Mark?
got to make this trade.
Who would be at
All right.
fault for the running game not working out? I'm just
Before I
curious.
answer, before I answer Buckeye's question, I want to ask Jonathan about a core four while he's in the room. Jonathan, are you here?
Yep. Yeah, I'm here, dude.
So I've been going through the Jet roster and the Sakura four signing where he's a Steeler, and then they get I think what was it, Broderick Jones to replace him, and then Akora four goes to correct me on any of these points, and then he goes to New England, and they try to make him a left tackle. He struggles at left tackle and gets toasted, and then he's not seeing eye to eye with New England at all, and decides, you know what, I don't want any part of this team, and then he effectively sits out last year. And the Jets are trying to do a reclamation project and have him in at right tackle. I want to understand how much are they how bad is this guy? Because are the Jets, if he's god awful, then they likely are forced to take Membu at 7. If he wasn't that bad and they think coaching with Hyden and the rest could fix him, then maybe they don't have to lock in at 7 on Membu. That's my question to you. So how bad is a core for?
He's not that bad, man. It was more of a locker room issue. He had a little injury. Broderick came in, and literally Tomlin gave Broderick the position, and Chuk. He's got kind of a bad attitude. Yeah, he said, you know what? Fine, fuck it. You have him playing. I don't want to play anymore. And he ended up moving to another team. But I really feel like he could be a little sort of a reclamation project for you guys and come in and be good for 1 year. I don't think you should honestly be eyeing right tackle if you have him. He will do his job. I've had years. I've been watching Dan Moore play left tackle for the Steelers for 3 years. He's a third-round pick, and he just got to bank. I mean, I don't think he's gonna be all that bad for you guys. I think he has a lot left to show, but the attitude issue is the problem. He's got to see eye to eye with you guys, but
Petey, can
I think,
you invite Meek into the room and have Jonathan
Thank
and
you.
Meek speak? It's
but
crazy how much they
Yeah,
sound
he
alike.
sat. You're right.
but yeah, honestly, I wouldn't. I don't think. Why would you look for? He's got starting experience. Chooks was not that bad for us. If you go back to his earlier years in Pittsburgh, he really was probably one of the more solid pieces of the line when we were really bad.
Yes.
But
Jonathan, can I just make a point? I think, too, that's why the Jets, with their signings, they're low risk, middle of the tier guys, and they're banking on a couple of these guys work out because they're not rebuilding. They're plugging holes, and maybe they get lucky with a Fields and this guy. Now, Fields is the bigger wild card. He has to work out, or the season's going nowhere. You know what I'm
Hey, hey,
saying?
hey, Pete,
yeah, I definitely
Hey,
agree.
Pete, can I ask you a question?
Sure, June.
Is the word rebuild a bad word to you?
No, no, no. But June, we went through it already. You don't need to rebuild in the NFL every 4 years.
No, 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 no. Replace more than half your roster. That's somewhat of a rebuild.
Okay, well, June, if you look ahead, there's only 26 players signed in to 2027. So the Jets are going to have a lot of turnover in the next 2 years, unless they hit on these draft picks, which is 14 people at least. So,
Pete,
you know
Mark,
what I'm
about that
saying?
running game question, Mark, can you answer that?
Yeah, before I get to that, GM
Oh
Thumb has
my
a trade
God,
offer.
man. My goodness.
no,
It's
I don't
based
have a
on
trade.
Membo not being
I
drafted.
don't.
Yep.
My goodness, man.
I don't have a trade offer, but I just want to ask in all seriousness. I didn't get to weigh in yesterday. I was listening to you guys go off about Brees Hall. I just want to know from a Jets fan's perspective, what is the bare minimum Brees Hall has to do this year on the field to say that he is a success? Say that this is the player that we want to keep. This is a player we want to do business with. Like, give me yards and touchdowns. I want to know
He's
because
got to be. He's got to be in the top. 4 to 7 at least in yards from scrimmage, whether that's
That's what
receiving
I think he
or
hasn't hit a
or
ceiling. That's why I'm saying this.
neither
that's
do.
what you said yesterday, Petey. I think you said 1,150 yards and maybe
Yep.
600 or 700 receiving. That's
Yep.
basically
Yep. Thanks,
Mark, Mark,
Terrence.
Mark, Mark, do you want to go around the room and ask about Quantez Stiggers?
Okay, you have a run game question, Buckeye? Go ahead.
Yeah, you, you,
All
you
pro.
said if the run game fails this year, I'm just curious, how would that happen? Who would be the culprit of failure in the run game?
Uh, well, I watched in the 6 games I watched at Pittsburgh with Fields under center. A lot of how they were successful was they had a run game outside of Justin Fields that was functioning. So like the run game was an actual threat. Now they had some design runs and some other stuff, like they did some zone reads and like they did a bunch of that stuff, but just lining up and running the football with no trickery, like they were able to do that and not get behind on down and distance. That was an important part of what they set up for Fields. And I know Arthur Smith takes his bullets. I understand all that, but they did some of that. And then the defense was super opportunistic, and the kicker wouldn't miss. Like these were the elements that Pittsburgh had in place that led to the 4-2. And I know that folks like to say, "Oh, well, Justin Fields went 4-2." It's better to say the Steelers went 4-2, and this is what they did on the field to help Fields go to get to 4-2. That's my
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
Wait, 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 wait.
Excellent answer,
Hold on,
Mark.
hold
Excellent
on, June.
answer, Mark.
Hold on, June.
No, it's not.
Hold on, June, because I still did the defense do their job in the Denver game, Mark?
Oh, the
Yes,
Jet
they did.
defense
Yeah,
where
did
they
they
held
stand
them
on their yeah, did they
to
stand on their head in that Denver game?
yeah, no, it was good. That
Yeah,
the Jet
do you
defense.
feel that 30 quarterbacks in the league probably could have won that game?
Where are you going with this?
I'm saying you love to
Good
talk
question.
about
it
this
wasn't just the
defense of
kicker, I
Pittsburgh.
guess.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. You love to talk about the Pittsburgh defense as if it's the Bears of
They were X.
1984.
They were okay. What were they were like near the top? I remember them being near the top of the league. They were the. I felt like they were the number one defense over a stretch
we
last
were in the
year.
beginning of the year. We were ranked number one.
See,
We
funny
were.
things happen when you actually like just
But
watch the
Mark,
games
but the
and
Jets were
see
in the
like,
top. Mark,
come
hold
on,
on. The
man.
Jets were in the top 5 in the beginning of the year. No,
Mark, the point is,
The
and I think
Jets.
this is
I'd like to
obvious.
answer that, but the Jets
or you're
were
getting
fourth
run over by
overall.
Buckeye.
Well, the Jets were fourth overall in team defense, but they were getting crushed at the. They had their problems. The Steelers were a much better defense over that stretch. Like the Jets were getting gashed in the run game. That was a major problem, and turnover differential was a massive problem for the Jet defense too. Like they weren't. They've had years running of bad turnover differential. They don't. They don't get to take the ball away. The solid defense was all about limiting the amount of points scored. It wasn't about field position. It wasn't about getting turnovers, like changing possession. That was areas of problem with that defense. But they were still, in points allowed, they were good.
Yeah, you know why the Jets struggled last year to run the ball, Mark?
Uh, sure. So they had, if you watch the games, then you'll see that blocking assignments. Well, also what was being called wasn't great. Blocking assignments being missed. I would see two guys blocking the same guy. You'd see it was a mess. Honestly, what I was seeing up front with the Jets O line last year was a mess. In pass pro, they were surprisingly better, but the run blocking was some of the worst I've seen
Yeah,
watching football.
do you think it helps the run game when you have a quarterback that could be a facet of his game, that he could leave the pocket?
I think it's more important to have your offensive lineman block because that's what you pay them to do, and they're paid to block in the pass and in the
So,
run.
so,
If
so let
that
me ask it
scheme
a
up
different. Let
front,
me
let me
ask it a different
complete.
way. Let me
Let me
ask it a
finish
different
if
way.
I could. Let me finish if I could, because the problem is if they're not blocking up front in the run and the pass, I don't care who you have under center. You're
Okay,
going to
cool.
have
That's
trouble.
that's perfect segue. So last year, take Rodgers out, add Fields in. Does the run game look different? Does the pass
Oh,
blocking look different?
no, based on what I saw, you're still getting smashed
Oh, I
because the
don't think
problem.
so.
No, you. What you need to.
Was
I'm
Tyron
telling you,
Smith in the
without.
game?
Hold on, this is not a dig. You really need to rewatch how bad the O line was for the Jets last year because I'm telling you. And listen, Fields is one of the best at shifting around the pocket. At if rush lane integrity is busted, like he could take off. He's a threat, but like that only works to a point.
Well,
And
we lost Morgan Moses now, right? So who's the big additions on the offensive line? Because I'm going to show you that the run game works this year. So we lost Morgan
well,
Moses. Who's the big
Thanks.
additions?
Well, it's a Corafor. He's your starter at
Oh,
right
okay,
tackle.
cool. So
Mark,
I have a
You
sneaking
but
got
that's wait,
suspicion
Buckeye.
this year.
That's not a big addition
Well, again, Petey, I think it's
in
proving my
my eyes
point.
right now.
I think it's proving my point. I
It's
think you're going to
proving his
where are you
see
point.
going with
a
this? I don't.
quantum leap in the run game this year due to the shift
Right.
of the quarterback.
Yes,
That's it.
because Justin
Mark's
Fields
shift.
can.
This
But
is what Terrence was
Buckeye.
saying. He talks about coaching. He talks about kicking. He talks about pass blocking. He has never talked about the love of his life,
Quarterback.
Aaron
Yep.
Rodgers. He
That's
has
fact.
never talked about the endearing, unconditional love he has for Aaron Rodgers. It's never his fault.
I don't understand. What are you
Yeah.
talking about, man? Like
Yeah,
what
you
I'm
do.
talking about is heading into the league year with Justin Fields. What is he going to need to be
Well, Mark,
successful
if you
with
watch
the
the
team? I
games,
think.
how about if I
Are
put it
you in
that
your
way? If you
feelings
watch
about
the
Fields? Is
games,
that the
No,
problem?
no, no. You're not talking about what he needs. You're talking about he's gonna fail. That's what you're talking about.
exactly,
Let
No.
them cook. Let
Well,
them cook, Jude. This is good.
yeah, I think.
exactly. Mark, if you
Well,
watch the
all
games, I got to always
right.
put it that way because you like that one. You'll
Yes,
see that
I like to
Rodgers
watch
had,
games. You got
yeah,
that right.
Rodgers
So
was the
Buckeye
reason
and
that
June
run
don't
game
want.
failed.
Well, June just makes his
No,
takes, but June definitely does watch. Come on.
no, Rodgers was not the reason
He
why the
knows
run
that.
game failed last year. If you look at the game, if you look at the blocking schemes up front, it's actually this is an interesting question because I wonder how much Rodgers changing the play at the line of scrimmage meant that okay, well, like the blocking scheme's kind of set, like even up to the point where the play clock was about to hit zero, like you never knew. The O line didn't know. Like there were plays where Rodgers would audible out, and the blocking up front is run blocking, and it was a pass play. Um, I don't know if vice versa happened, but it was a lot harder for the O line to be productive last year.
Yeah, man,
I feel comfortable saying that.
I hope Aaron winds up in Pittsburgh because I want to see this run game. I want to see this pass blocking. I can't wait to watch that.
Well, I don't need another team to flunk in order for because the Jets can flunk just fine on their own with this, and it's like I'm more concerned about okay, can this coaching staff figure out with four starters and now they've got a core of four who Jonathan just told you, okay, where there could be an attitude and whatever. You know when attitudes rise up? when the team and winning and whatever goes off the rails, like you could see that bubble up again. So they need to find a way to be successful and quick. If they're, I mean, or maybe they do get Membu, and it's like, but then are they tripling down at right tackle? Like that's I don't know. That's the question I have for that. But anyway, um, Pete, I wanted to talk about other things that happened with I wanted to actually go through additions in free agency and say, okay, what holes do they
Well,
really have?
yeah. Well, Mark, in a couple of minutes, it's in the space title now. Cody Alexander will join. I saw him
Oh,
put
nice.
out a list of corners, and I didn't see Sauce on some of them, so I need to talk to this gentleman, and we'll see
I love it. I love it.
we'll see what he thinks overall.
I
Somebody
love
from
it.
the outside about Sauce Gardner.
I love it. I love it. Benny, what's going on, brother? Good morning, man.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. What's going on?
What's
What's up?
good with you?
Yeah, nah, bro. As far as I'm concerned, our running game is still going to be shit, just because we have no wide receivers. So
That's the glaring
But
hole right
wait,
there for you, man.
was our running game crap? When we had Zach and we just had Garrett Wilson and Elijah Moore, and was it? I don't think it was until Brees got hurt.
Pete, you know what I said? I think we're going to be a top 3 run team in football this year.
I
Okay.
say top five. I definitely go with top five. I go
nah,
with top five.
the running game is definitely going to be better, unless we address the blatant fucking holes on this roster where we have literally one pass catcher. Then
Yeah.
teams are really going to put fucking 8 people in a box and say, "I dare Justin Fields to fucking do anything." Like it is what it is.
Not for nothing. The glaring holes that's left right now in his team is the wide receiver room and the tight end room. That's glaring.
Get a tight end and get like a big wide receiver to come in and run block, but a big wide receiver with some downfield
Mm-hmm.
ability, possession catch guy that can come in and also be a run blocker. But yeah, I would agree that you guys will probably have like a top 5 run game just because the addition of like Justin Fields, he's going to make it. He's going to give that extra second for a for the running back to kind of get out in space. You have to be cognizant of where Justin Fields is with the football because he can get out and run. So I think I think it has more to do with the quarterback than it does the offensive line. Like I don't think the offensive line was terrible last year. I just think that nobody feared
Thank
the
you.
ability of
Aaron
of
Rodgers,
uh,
absolutely.
Aaron Rodgers to get the ball to the open guy. Like I don't think that anybody was worried about that. Rodgers has his favorites, and like I think they kind of and people kind of know that now. So
Perfectly said, Whittle.
Yep. All right. Cody is in here. I just invited him to speak. So, Cody, if you could accept the
sorry, Mark. I
here he
usually
comes.
join you, but I can't.
All
No,
right.
listen, I don't take it personal.
Mark, hold
Oh,
on
here's
one
Cody.
sec. Mark. Hey, Cody Alexander joins us. Cody, good morning. How are you, sir? Thanks for
Yeah,
coming
doing
in.
really good. Thanks for having me on.
Yes. So, Cody, just give us a little background because actually I saw you yesterday on one of the Saints podcasts about Tyler Warren, and then I started looking and I saw some of the cornerback stats you posted, and I'm like, I need to talk to this guy about Sauce Gardner. But why don't you tell us what you do and where to find you and everything before we continue?
Yeah, so I run matchquarters.com, which is pretty much a defensive think tank. I study defense. That's basically what I do for a living. I do long form articles. I have clinics. I have I have a YouTube as well. So I'm in the business of teaching defense. I cut my teeth as a defensive back coach. Got my start at Baylor, coached 10 years, 10 plus years at the high school level here in the state of Texas. And then, I kind of was able to grow this thing into a full-time job. So I essentially study defense for a living. Corner play is one of my passions. It's something that I've always wanted to do as a kid. So I've studied it as a kid and I've coached it at a high level. So that's kind of my background. Matchquarters.com is where you can find pretty much everything that you need to know. I've written 6 books on defense as well.
Wow. Cody, first of all, I really appreciate you coming on and taking some time out. Now, I saw one of the lists about off ball. I didn't get too into this, but where do you have Sauce Gardner, in all this? Obviously Stingley, got
Yeah.
extended, and Sauce is probably going to get that as well. I don't know if you think Sauce should get it. Give me your thoughts on this whole Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, so the ratings you saw were actually from last year, and I think, as you all know, everybody in here pays attention to the Jets. Jets defense kind of fell off. That's typically what happens when you have a lot of turnover in the coaching staff and you're kind of not having a good year. I mean, we've seen this historically, where historic defenses are doing really well, and then about halfway through the year they realize that that's not really going anywhere, and then they kind of sink. And I think the one thing that changed for him last year was they actually started to play him right and left, which on paper that probably doesn't seem like that big of a deal. But when you've been essentially a left corner for 2 straight years, haven't really moved around, and then all of a sudden they try and move you around, I actually think that's why even like DJ Reed took a step back last year, is because now you're put in different situations. You're on a different side. You get so used to playing a certain way. Sauce is a top 10 corner. I don't think that there's really much of an argument with that. I think there was a lot of things going on with the Jets defense last year. I think that the safety room is a big question mark. So there's some things that are going on there. But do I feel like he's deserving of the contract? Yes, I think that he'll probably reset the market, or at least get somewhere close to where Stingley got.
So he should be in the long-term Jet plans, because there's some fans that, and this is not a dig, Cody,
Yeah.
we try and talk every day. I do this every day during the week, and people come up with ideas, and people think that maybe Sauce is the guy to trade, in the offseason to get the Jets quarterback next year. Would you keep him, long-term as a Jet core player if you were running the team?
It's the same argument Denver fans were going through last year of, do we trade Pat Surtain to maybe level up and get an early pick to then go and select a quarterback? Now, they obviously had Bo Nix fall into the place, and he looks like he's going to be there for the foreseeable future. I just think that when you get a boundary corner, you pay him and you keep him. I think that those guys are very rare. Corner and receiver tend to be, you carry a lot of them on your team. But when you have a star, when you have a guy that can lock down one side of the ball, I think that you keep a guy like that. So to me, I think you would almost be doing a disservice to your defensive roster by getting rid of him, just so that you could maybe get a high pick next year. I just don't feel like that's something that you should do, especially when you have a premium corner in that position, especially one that's, I mean, he's only been in the league for 3 years. I wouldn't bail on him right now.
I totally agree. Now, Cody, do you think with Aaron Glenn coming in that it's going to help Sauce create turnovers, or what do you think his biggest issue is right now?
Yeah,
As far as the turn, because Cody, you saw it when they let go of Salah. I'm sure Sauce explained. He said he was really upset about it. I think that was a huge factor too. You mentioned that, the coaching change.
Yes. I think, well, here's the thing. You're going to run structurally in the back end. It's going to look very similar to what you guys were doing last year. It's just going to be more man centric. Aaron Glenn wants to run cover one. He went and got he has Sauce Gardner. They went and got Brandon Stevens. Now, this is telling to me. I think that Sauce is just going to go back to the left. I don't think that they're going to travel him. Brandon Stevens played almost 100% on the right side of the Ravens defense. So I think that they're going to go back. I think that's going to help him. They're going to play more man, which is going to simplify what he's being asked to do. The Jets have been really a cover one and quarters team. So I don't think anything's really going to change for him. The thing with turnovers, this is the thing with interceptions, and you really only get interceptions when you play a lot of zone. when you play a lot of man, you're getting more pass breakups, or you're getting penalties, essentially, is what it is. And then the tips and overthrows are really there for your underneath defenders or your safeties. So when you look at kind of what they're doing, getting Brandon Stevens, I think he moves back over to the left, which I think helps his play in terms of turnover creation. That's more of a situational and kind of high variance.
Mark or June, you want to jump in here?
Wow. Cody, this is excellent. You answered like 4 or 5 of my questions in 2 answers. That's perfect. So let me ask you then about Steve Wilkes and his defense, because Glenn said, okay, well, I want to be a head coach and I'm going to let Wilkes do his thing. I'm assuming you're going to say that regardless of if it's Glenn or Wilkes, they're going to put Sauce on the left side, because not just because Sauce is more comfortable on the left, but Stevens and his comfort on the right. Like, that's an excellent point. Right. So what's your perspective of what this Wilkes defense is going to look like with the current personnel?
Yeah, I think you're going to run a 4 down because that's the structure that's there. I don't think you have the interior defensive linemen to really expand off of that and really get into a 3-4. I know that's what Aaron Glenn kind of based out of with the Lions, but anymore, there really is not a lot of difference. You can do some different things to create 5-man fronts with your off-ball linebackers. I think they want to play nickel as much as they possibly can. Wilkes, don't go back to when Wilkes was with the 49ers, because that's the Shanahan style of defense, which again matches what the Jets were trying to do. He's going to run again. I think he meshes with what Aaron Glenn wants to run, which is going to be, we want to play some cover 1. We want to be a little bit more press heavy. We don't want to play off as much as we've been doing. And then we are going to play, a mixed bag of coverages, running some quarters, obviously basing out of single high, which is going to be your match 3 and your cover 1. So a lot of match or man coverage is what they're going to run, which is consistent with what Glenn was doing and then what Wilkes has kind of done in previous spots outside of the 49ers.
There's Michael Carter II is, in my opinion, one of the better nickel corners in football. And one of my concerns with the defensive change is that suddenly Michael Carter II would see fewer snaps. But from what I'm hearing, we might see more nickel, and to not really fixate on what they were doing, what Wilkes was doing with the Niners to match Shanahan. But do you feel like, are there any players on the current roster you feel are on defense that are clearly not a fit for what the Jets are trying to do?
I'm interested in the Naughty. He just didn't really do much with the Chiefs. I think you still have a huge hole at interior defensive line that you're going to have to fill probably earlier in the draft than you probably want to. Andre Cisco really has been very inconsistent as a safety. I think that Tony Adams gives you kind of a down safety look, so that helps you near the box. But then Cisco's going to be that free safety, which has been consistent. But you can chalk that up to playing for the Jaguars. Jaguars had probably the worst safety production last year. To me, I think Michael Carter fits. He needs to stay healthy. He's been getting better. And then he had kind of last year where he was kind of in and out of the roster and kind of had an inconsistent year. So that will be interesting. I do agree with you, though, that he is one of the better nickels. So I think that position is in a position of need. And then Isaiah Oliver played relatively well last year as well. So to me, the biggest holes right now are interior defensive line. You probably need to find a safety, to kind of to push at least a deep safety, a post safety to push Cisco. And then, I don't think it would be that bad to draft another corner as well to kind of put, because Brandon Stevens has a tendency to where he just kind of blows up in a game and you're just like, what are we doing? So I think that those 3 positions, that D tackle, safety, and then corner, are opposite sauce, are kind of the big needs.
Thank you, Cody. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, before I get to June, thanks, Mark. Were you stunned at Brandon Stevens' contract?
Yeah, I was. I thought it was a little higher than what I would have gone for. Especially, I mean, you basically gave him starter pay. He was
for 2 years too. They can get out of it, Cody.
Yes, now that's probably the caveat there.
Right.
is that you kind of that's to me that's the price of doing business. They needed a starting corner. He's probably lower end starting, so he's probably like in that 55 64 range. If you're going to say, okay, here's 32 teams times 2, here's his top 64 corners, he's probably going to be in that lower tier of production. So you are still start paying for a starter. I think that the 2-year contract gives you a little bit of an idea of that this is just a short-term stop. He can play. They're going to probably simplify what he's doing, but just don't expect DJ Reed production, who I think is one of the most underrated corners in the NFL.
June, do you have anything for Cody before we get to a couple of hands?
Go to
Cody, thanks again for joining.
No.
go to Benny real quick.
All right, Benny, go ahead.
Yeah, kind of to continue on Stevens. Like, obviously, you mentioned that he has his game, but he kind of just implodes. And his contract was simply an overpay. But what do you think they see in him that, I guess, granted that contract and like some of his actual what is he good at? I don't think he's that good, but what is he actually good at, and why'd they give him that contract?
Well, the one thing, so if you could break it down, man versus zone, he is a better man corner than he is a zone corner. That Raven system is asking him to do a lot of things. So going back to what I was saying, he's going to play on the right side, which essentially replaces Reed. It now simplifies what Sauce is doing. He can play. He didn't have that great of a year last year in man coverage, but he has shown in the 4 years that he's played that if you're going to compare man versus zone, he's actually been better in man. So to me, you kind of see where, one, we have to pay for a starting corner, but then 2, we need a guy that can play on the right side. Okay, so we've checked 2 boxes. That third box that they're looking for is that, can he play man coverage? He can play man coverage. And so therefore, that's where I think he is an actual fit. But were there probably better corner options, like not letting Reed leave, or maybe you go with Carlton Davis, where you kind of just transfer him over? But obviously, having that experience with the Lions, they didn't want to pay that. So to me, I think this was let's see if we can't get. Yes, we overpaid for him, but we are not paying at the top end of the market, so we're not kind of handcuffing ourselves right there. So that's where I see Brandon Stevens fitting.
Cody, give me your thoughts real quick on we call them JBC and Quantez Stiggers, if you can. Did you do any work on those guys when they were coming in?
Yeah, Stiggers. I can look his profile up here really quick. I do think that again, when you're talking about your production from back end guys, I thought he played very limited snaps, did okay. Again, he's going to be a man dominant corner, which fits the mold of what they were going to do. So just with the limited reps that, he only played in 4 games. Biggest game that he played in was against the Jaguars. He did okay in that game. So that's again, development. Corners typically hit. Some of these younger guys, they typically hit kind of in that second or third year. So having him and then obviously trying to have him push for that right corner spot is probably something to look at heading into camp.
All right. Now, Cody, what I did see, I did listen to the Tyler Warren thing. Do you think he's a strong consideration at 7 for the Jets? Would you take him if you were the Jets at 7, or what would you do?
I think if you're really trying to run the ball a lot and just kind of get through this year with the offense that you have, I don't think that it's necessarily a great, but if you're trying to project more into the future, being able to say, hey, we're going to run the ball a lot, which is going to allow him to develop a little bit more of that blocking skill. Because that's really the thing with him. You want him to be like a Gronk, right? Because that's probably the size comp, right? Because he's this humongous human being. He's super athletic. I mean, so you're sitting there and you're like, okay, well, that sounds just like Gronk. Well, the problem is that he's really not as physical as you probably wanted to, but he wasn't really asked to do that at Penn State. So he's not a. So the big thing in the NFL is you have a Y and you have an F. So you have a George Kittle or you have a Travis Kelce. Those are kind of the two big flex guys and Y guys, right? And so for me, he's more of an F, but he's so big and he's so athletic that you probably could see him turning into kind of that hybrid Y. And so I think that if you feel like that is something that you need in your offense and that can really help a guy like Justin Fields, and then kind of looking into the future, if you just don't like quarterback in the top 10, nobody falls to you, then I think that that's an okay position to take. The only one thing that I would think of is if you do get one of those D tackles to fall, maybe, and you just kind of are like, man, this is where we fall. We really think that this solidifies our defense. We're going to run the ball and play defense this year. Then I think that could be a possibility. But I do like tight end at 7, especially with somebody like with somebody like Warren, who can just do so many different things for you.
What's your overall assessment on Justin Fields, Cody? Do you like what the Jets did here, or is it, or do you think it's going to work, or are the Jets going to be worse than last year post Aaron Rodgers? Give me your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Look, he gives you so much in the run game. I don't think he played terrible last year. I think that if you go back to even 2023, he wasn't, I mean, he did it. He's not an interception guy. So he's not just going to throw a ton of interceptions. He gives you so much value in the run game. He's actually decent against the blitz. So if you feel like, okay, teams are going to load the box, they're going to be pressure heavy, he's somebody that you don't necessarily want to blitz because he can turn that into these large chunk games. I mean, you go watch the Commanders last year with Jaden Daniels. I mean, how many times did a blitz hit and he just finds his way out of it? Fields is kind of built in that mold. He's actually relatively competent passer. I just think that it's one of those things where you have to have a plan for him. He's not going to be a traditional quarterback. And even like in the sense of like a Jaden Daniels can play quarterback. He just also is an elite runner because he's an elite athlete. Fields is more of that collegiate style of quarterback. So you're looking more for, you're going to have some designed runs. You're going to have to, kind of be a little risky with him sometimes and say, look, you're going to be kind of an extension of our run game. And if you get hurt, Tyrod Taylor, as we know, can come in and be kind of that stabilizing force. So I really think that this is not a long term. And I think, but they're saying, look, we're going to run the ball a lot. We're going to play defense. And then we're going to try and focus on the quarterback position next year, or try and maybe grab one of these lower tier quarterbacks in the second and third and see if maybe they can push for a starting job in year 2. So I think he's okay. I don't think that you can have any worse production than you had last year. I know Aaron Rodgers kind of fell off a cliff and all the other things that go along with it, but I feel like this is a stable quarterback. He's going to give you starting production. He's just not going to be a top 15 quarterback in the league.
Mark, you have anything?
Man, Cody, this is excellent. What was I going to ask you? Do you think that would you be shocked, because no one is talking about this, would you be shocked with Aaron Glenn being there and you saying that Noddy may not be the running mate that Quinnen Williams needs? Would you be shocked if Mason Graham falls to 7 that they take him?
I would not be shocked, because I think the way that the roster's set up is that you're really like an interior defensive lineman away. I mean, I think that's why they let Kinlaw leave, because Kinlaw is a humongous human being, but he really just wants to rush the passer. So you kind of need this run stop, which is what the Lions really were really good at under Glenn. Is like the coverage aspect. When they were just playing so much cover one, they finally fixed that last year. They had 2 really good safeties, and so you can see kind of where he wants to go. I would not be shocked if that like a mauler like Graham falls to you at 7, which I think is a high possibility that they just pull the trigger and do that.
All right, let's get June. Are you back yet, or can we go to Ben and then Whittle? June Smith. We'll circle back to June. All right, Benjamin, go ahead.
Yeah, and obviously you're a defensive guy, and this isn't the offense now isn't going to be the offense week one. But realistically, like you mentioned a lot of good things. But in my opinion, I feel like the offense will be very predictable next year because you don't have much, right? Like there's not many people on offense on the Jets offense that are really explosive. I think Brees Hall is slightly overrated personally. Not that he's a bad running back. I just think he's slightly overrated. You have Garrett Wilson and a bunch of what I like to say janitors as pass catchers. I just think the offense is going to be very predictable. So I think we're going to put a lot of stress on our defense to be perfect. And I know it's not necessarily about winning games next year, but I don't know. Like, how would you game plan against the Jets offense? Because to me, there's not much to game plan against or game plan for. It's just, I don't know, bro.
Well, I do understand your point. I think the problem you're still thinking of the way that Rodgers wanted the offense to be, which is very static. Everybody's kind of just standing in one place. To me, that's more predictable because you knew exactly what you got the formation, and then that was the formation that you got to play. I do think coming from that Lions tree, this is going to be a movement-based offense. There's going to be a lot of movement going on. There's going to be a lot of people moving around. That's why I actually think, like to me, the tight end at 7 makes a lot of sense because you do need 2 tight ends. You have a Y in Ruckert, then you have kind of that HF in Warren, which makes a lot of sense. If you can do that and you can start moving guys around, it opens some things up. Look, Garrett Wilson isn't like, he's not the greatest receiver in the NFL. So he's not like, you're not going to talk to, he's not necessarily a top 10 guy, but he is a starting receiver in the NFL. I think he's a good number 1 receiver. I think that, they brought in Reynolds, who knows the offense. And then Alan Lazard can still play possession. This offense is going to try and hit things in the middle of the field. It's very quarterback friendly. They're going to get people moving. You're not going to necessarily be able to play a lot of man coverage. So to your point of the predictability, last year, 100%. You just didn't have the guys to play a static offense and then just go win one-on-one matchups, because that's essentially what you guys were trying to do last year. This is going to be a little bit different. It's more of a mitigation scheme, meaning like we understand we don't have a lot of talent. It obviously is amplified with the Lions when you have a guy like Amon-Ra St. Brown, who is kind of just like a slot monster in the middle of the field, runs crossing routes, and it's really, route technician. And then you have James Williams, who can just like blow the top off everything. So do you have those guys on the roster? No. So look for a receiver probably early on, just as somebody to find somebody that can like maybe go run a little bit. But I don't think it will be as predictable as you think. I do think they are going to lean on the run game. I think I heard that when I came in. I do think that this is going to be a heavy run defense. I think there's going to be a lot of movement, a lot of boot action, a lot of movement with motion. So I don't think of this offense as what you saw last year, because it's going to be completely different.
All right, couple more. Cody, thanks again. Cody, would you give Garrett Wilson between 30 and 33 million a year if you were, in charge of the Jets? Because we've been having this discussion, and some, you said it. You don't think he's a top 10, but you think he's a number 1. I think the Jets should get ahead of the curve before the receiver market even goes up more. Now, he's not going to break Chase, obviously. I mean, the Jets would be nuts to give him 40 million, but what do you think his average per year range is in?
Look, if being honest, I think that if you go out and he plays essentially the same as he did the past 3 years, which is right around that 20-30 mark, I think you have to have a realistic conversation with him about, look, we're not going to give you $30 million. Now, that's me saying that, but that also could be the price of doing business, and where, hey, we can't lose a number 1 receiver. And, it's kind of like the deal with Sauce. Like, yeah, it's great. We can do all these trade theories and we can get ahead of it and we can get rid of them and offload them. I think that I think what will be very telling is if they take a receiver in the first or second, not necessarily at 7, but like maybe they take one in the second round, even in the third round, and then you start seeing that guy trying to get a lot of reps, then that's probably where it's going to be telling. I don't necessarily think that I would give him the 30 million, but again, when you have a number 1 receiver, he is, now the caveat here is he is a top 10 deep threat in the NFL. So he can push the ball down the field. If he ends up taking kind of that Jameson Williams spot in what they're trying to do with him at the Lions, and you kind of use him as more of these like deep digs, and he really has it, he really takes off this year, I think then you probably could turn around and say, okay, let's give him an extension about halfway through the year. But I would wait until about week 8 before I'd start thinking about that. But again, price of doing business, probably going to have to end up paying him around 30 million.
Whittle, go ahead.
Yeah, I just
Whittle,
wanted
you
to
here?
ask. Yeah, I
Yeah.
wanted to ask about the corners coming out this year. Like, who was he like, and what does he think would be a good option for the Jets, and maybe the third, fourth, fifth round at corner to supplement that room a little bit.
Yeah, now I'll be really honest with you. I'm not a big draft guy. I try and stay in my lane as much as possible. I do think that there are some guys in the later rounds that you can find. Kind of like, I think that you're going to have to add. I'm a big guy just in terms of draft philosophy. I'm a big guy, and you draft a corner and you draft an edge in every single draft. But I think you have to be careful. You need to make sure that when you're looking for guys in this, you want to make sure that you are looking for guys that played in a man dominant scheme, can play multiple on and off ball. I think that when we start talking about when we start talking about man, and it's just like what we do, right? We think of like Dion, right? Like, okay, on ball corner. We think of like guys like that, right? Like, okay, he's going to be a press specialist. We're going to get on. And that's not really what the NFL has really turned into anymore. It's really more, you have to be able to play some off ball. You have to be able to do multiple things. Even if you are in a man dominant scheme, they're going to find ways to get you moving. I will be honest. Some of the later round guys, those middle round guys, I do like the Quincy Riley kid from Louisville. Actually, both of their corners are pretty good. Some other names, the Kobe Bryant kid from Kansas is an interesting kid. He's not a super of a bigger guy. Those would be some guys maybe in the late rounds. I do like, I'm trying to think of his name. The kid from Minnesota is also really good and would kind of fit what they're trying to do too. That he would be available like probably in that 4th or 5th round. So if I had to give you some names, those would be a couple of names to look for in kind of the later rounds.
Cody, I got something for you. But just before Jarek, I'd like to ask you about Sauce's man coverage skills.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your sense of how he operates in man? Are there clear technique deficiencies or gaps that you think he can improve with coaching, or do you think, just like aspects of the player, his ability to get his head around? Like, I'm trying to figure out how much is baked in with Sauce versus how much can be improved with coaching. Just your sense of how he operates in man. Thank you, Cody.
Yeah, I think sometimes he gets lazy because he's tall, and he's a tall corner. He's long, and so sometimes he gets a little handsy. His hands get out, which means his feet go wide. And when you're already tall, the wider your feet are, the less of a base you have. Now, he's bendy and he's fluid. I don't think that he plays at a top end speed. So he doesn't play like a 4-3 guy, right? He's not a burner. He's more of he's going to stay in front. He's going to get on top of you. He's got long arms, so he's going to be in control. He gets handsy sometimes. And I think just sometimes a lot of it just has to do with the fact that he is so tall and he is so gifted. He's really an alien to be able to be that tall, that bendy, that fluid. That's just a very rare thing. So to me, I think coming in and having 2 defensive back coaches, one is a head coach and then one is your defensive coordinator, I think the only thing that's only going to help you. So look, he is a top 10 corner in the NFL. He just didn't have that great of a year last year, as you know, and we covered this at the beginning when I came on. It's just like there just was a lot going on. You know, you're also mad, and you said he even voiced it. You're mad because your coach left. There's a lot of emotions going on, but I do think that the things that he has deficiencies in are very correctable. This isn't one of those where like, okay, well, he's super bendy and he's really good when he's on ball, but then like he can't really run with anybody. That's not necessarily true. I think he just struggled in man last year. I think a lot of it had to do with just not putting himself in good situations technique wise. And I'll be honest with you, I kind of saw this at the end of 23. Look, I watched every rep of him in 23, and who he was at the beginning of the year and who he was at the end of the year, he'd kind of slid, and I think it kind of worked into 2024. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for a hard reset for him with new coaches and kind of get back to business, because he's just too talented to have the year that he had last year. I mean, same thing we saw with Pat Surtain. That the dirty secret about Pat Surtain, nobody wants to talk about it. I was called crazy last year, but in 2023, Pat Surtain didn't play very well. And then look, they cleaned up the system. They let him play more man coverage, and then boom, now he's back to being an all-pro. That's because he is one of the best corners in the NFL. I think the exact same thing is going to repeat with Sauce Gardner.
Thank you, Cody. Jared, go ahead.
Hey Cody, you kind of answered my question a little earlier because I was about to ask you about Azarie Thomas, but with I don't know if you looked into Jahdae Barron a little bit.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
from Texas. I watch
Yeah.
a lot of Texas football.
Yeah, so I have a little bit of concerns with Jahdae Barron. Again, I'm glad I'm kind of getting you hear about him. I do have some concerns with his change of direction and kind of lateral agility, especially to go out there and play at the outside boundary. I think I see him a little bit more as a slot corner. But what do you kind of think about Jahdae Barron and what his projection could be in the National Football League?
Yeah, I see Jahdae Barron as a nickel, 100%. I don't
Yep.
think I don't think you would want to put him outside, especially like if you wanted to go with a boundary corner. I don't think, look, you've got a boundary corner. I don't think that you need to mess with it with Sauce. I think that if you wanted to bring somebody in like him, there's your nickel for the next foreseeable future. And I think as we have found out, the nickel position this isn't Madden. Okay. I think that that's the biggest disconnect between like pundits and fans with what actually is a nickel. These guys are not Madden. This is not your third corner on the roster that you just slide inside. This is a very technical part of the game. This is a player that has to understand how motion affects him in coverage. What are you going to do when you get stacks? What are you going to do when you get bunches? How are you going to add in the run game? How are you going to add in the blitz game? How do blitzes from off-ball linebackers? So I could go on for another 30 minutes on just all the different things that a nickel has to do pre-snap. So you almost now have to draft these guys as a nickel and say, we are drafting a nickel. They just have to have a home. And so we put them at corner or we put them at safety. It's very rare to find a safety that's also a nickel. Jalen Petry's probably the poster child for that. For the Texans, he's really a safety, but he plays nickel and he can do it at an elite level. I think Barron is more of a nickel. I think he fits. If that's a situation and you see yourself at the top of the second round and he's there, I could see them.
Cody, one more. For the Buffalo Bills, they need a CB2 corner. Which corner do you think in this draft a little early that you think that could slide? That could ideally kind of slide in there. I know the Bills, a couple of seasons ago, they ran more cover two more than anybody in the league, and I think that they're trying to kind of get back to that philosophy a little bit. Which corner do you think could ideally fit for them, and at least in day one or early day two?
Yeah, they need a long corner, and they need a guy. They need a guy that can play a lot of zone, because that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I know they played a little bit more man coverage. I think if you look at guys that could easily fit into that, especially like early on, there's really not a lot of like high end high-end guys that I think will be available for them. But if you look at like maybe second round, the guys that fit that mold, I really like the Parrish kid from K-State. And then I think Justin Wally is another guy. I mentioned him earlier with Minnesota. That's a later round guy. I really like him. I watched a lot of Minnesota tape because they have an interesting defense, but he's a zone corner, plays a lot of off ball, fits exactly with what they want to do.
All right, Whittle, do you have one? And then I'm going to get Cody going. I have a couple of quick rapid fires, but do you have another one, Whittle?
Yeah, I do. I actually
Go ahead.
wanted to ask him about Christian Benford, and then my question was kind of where Derek was, because the Bills have brought in Trey Amos for um, a top 30. They also have talked. They also brought in Shaquille Ravel. So I was going to ask him where like if he had to look at. I wanted to know what were his thoughts. What was his thoughts on Christian Benford and between Amos and Ravel, because that's where I think the Bills are kind of keying in when it comes to corner. Which one of those guys does he think fits the Bills system better? And long term wise, which you foresee being the higher ceiling guy?
Well, I'll say this about Benford, probably the most underrated player in the NFL. He's definitely going to be in that top 10 underrated guys. He's one of the best corners. He can play. A lot of people don't think he can play man. He can play man coverage. I think you get that 6th round stigma with him, especially when he was in the same class as Kaiir Elam, who is now with the Cowboys, who was a long physical corner, on-ball corner that played for Florida. I think, to me, Benford is a number 1 corner in the NFL. He can play. He's your boundary corner in what they want to do. So I think that they got an absolute steal with his contract, being able to get him under 20 million is pretty crazy. In terms of I like the Trey Amos kid. I think it fits with what they, that system runs kind of a mold. It's Saban system based.
Yeah, a lot
They
of
run
match.
they run a lot of
Mhm.
match. They run a lot of coverages. And so to me, that fits. I like him because he can play a bunch of different things. He knows how to play on and off ball. So that, to me, I think he would be a good fit for what they want to do.
All right, Cody, before I let you go, I got 3 quick ones, rapid fire. Do you consider Quinnen Williams a top defensive tackle in the league?
I think he can be. I think, again, you had some issues last year where he wants to rush the passer, and I think the Chiefs had the same problem with Chris Jones. Is that, look, you are a phenomenal athlete and you are phenomenal at rushing the passer, but you have to clean up your run defense or this defense doesn't work. And so if you will fix be engaged in the run game, which he can be, that's not a problem. I think he can be a top 10 defensive tackle. He's just a monster, and he's difficult to handle. And I think that it's just one of those things. Again, it goes back to kind of that motivational pieces of can we get him motivated to fit the run? And I think that is going to be a situation where there will be some change in philosophy from last year to this year. The Jets last year, playing that Saleh Ulbrich system, wanted to rush the passer. It's the old adage of we're going to tackle the running back on the way of the quarterback. If you look at how he played in 2023, he was a top 5 defensive tackle, right? So I don't think that he's been consistently a top 10 defensive tackle for the last 3 years. Again, you go back to the problems that you had last year, I think everybody. So I think a hard reset, and then obviously a little bit more of a philosophy change. If we are going to fit the run, we're not just going to rush the passer in a 4 down, I think will help him.
Give me your quick thoughts on June. You want to ask, and then I'll be quick with Cody, and we'll get him along his way.
Hey, Cody, what's going on, man? Let me ask you a question. Give me your top 5 corners in the league.
Top 5 corners in the league. Yeah, I think Stingley, to me, is probably, I think, has the potential to be the best guy
Me too. I think
I
so.
do think him and Surtain are pretty much 1 and
Hmm.
1A, just because they are just they're different, right? They're
Yes.
different. I think Christian Benford is going to be right there at 3. I like when he's healthy. There is maybe no better man corner than Marshawn Lattimore. The problem is you have to get him healthy. So it's hard to put him in a top 5, but if you don't put him in a top 5, you're really doing a disservice to like it basically like, he is a top 5 corner. It's just, will he stay healthy? He goes through some of these little dips where it's like, what are we doing? And then I think kind of to round it off, Reek Woolen is an absolute monster. Go look at how big that dude is. That dude is 6'4", and he's about 210 pounds. He should not be playing corner, and he is. And so to me, I think that's your top 5 right now. I do think Sauce fits in there really closely. It's probably right there on the fringe of being top 5. But again, show that consistency year in and year out. So like if I had to, I'd probably replace him with Lattimore. But those are my top 5.
Now, let me ask you about. You don't think Christian Gonzalez is better than Sauce?
I like Christian Gonzalez. There's a little bit of inconsistency there. He's a man dominant corner again. I liked him coming out of college. I think he can play multiple things. I think he's a perfect fit for what the Patriots are going to do. I think that he has potential. Remember, he's only been in the league 2 years, and he really is. This past year was really the only year that he played full time. I think that he a starting corner in the NFL? Yes. Is he a number 1 corner on your team? Yes. I think he have potential here if he has a breakout season this year to where, hey, could we put him in the top 5? I think that if you're looking at a young kid, I think he is definitely one to look at. The other kid to keep an eye on that's a younger kid is the Kamari Lassiter kid from Houston, who is he's phenomenal too, and is a perfect fit in that system. Last one, and I totally forgot about him, but Jalen Johnson has to be up. He might even be one that you could, him and Sauce right there, you could just probably trade them with Lattimore on any given day.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
All right, Cody, real quick. What's your thoughts on Jermaine Johnson?
Yeah, Jermaine Johnson, I think, has a high upside. I think that he had a really good year this year. Continue to build in that run fit, be a little bit better in run fit. I don't think you have to worry about him in the pass rush. I know everybody is like, hey, Will McDonald had 10.5 sacks. Well, that's great. But also Will McDonald didn't play as well as Jermaine Johnson. I mean, Jermaine Johnson is your primary defensive end. I think that's going to, he's only going to get better. You go and you look at what he did in 2023. He was a top 15 defensive end in the league in 2023. So I think if he can bounce back, I think that he's somebody that you can now anchor with Quinnen Williams as a stable defensive line.
Speaking of that, do you see the guy the Jets brought in from the Chiefs? Do you think he'll complement Quinnen Williams well to hopefully have a better year than he did last year? Because a lot of Jet fans, think his production's down. I think it was down too, obviously, Cody, but he didn't, stand out as much as he did in his contract year.
Yeah, I'm interested in I think that's the thing with him. He didn't really play it much at all with the Chiefs. Limited snaps all year. They really didn't start him. The only start he really got was against the Broncos when they weren't playing at the end of the year when they weren't playing anybody. I mean, you go and you look at it going down the line. He's never been a high production guy. So the Naughty was an interesting. I think they find somebody in the first or second round, or even somewhere, maybe even down the line, trade for somebody, do something where I just don't see him being the day one starter.
Is there any hope, last one, that the Jets could actually have a decent year under Glenn in his first year, or you just think this is all, mix and match, and then they're trying to just build something for the future?
I think look, the defensive roster is not that far off from being really good. I think you can live with a guy like Brandon Stevens as your field corner if you're going to move Sauce around, or if you just say, hey, look, we're going to clean things up. You're going to play the right. You're going to play the left. Andre Cisco, for whatever reason, he is a starter. He is a starter in the NFL. He's been a consistent starter. You're not going to get high production from him. I do think you need to clean up the defensive line, but you're really looking at one major hole, which is your interior defensive line. You look at the offense. This is a quarterback-driven league. It's going to go through Justin Fields. If Justin Fields can be consistent, he can keep the offense on track. They can have a decent level of success and just get the ball to the athletes. They can run the ball, which I think the offensive line is pretty decent. They can run the ball a little bit, play a little bit of that possession game, and then play defense. I think that you're looking at a better year than you think. I don't think that it's going to be where you're picking in the top 10 again. I think that you could push maybe for that 13, 14, 15 area, being middle class right there in the NFL. And then, reevaluate next year, look what the quarterback market looks like. Or if Fields ends up being really good in this system, then I think that hey, look, we got a couple year reprieve off of this. And now we can push. It's going to be interesting. I think next year, the Bills are really the only front runner in the East. I think the Dolphins, I just don't know what that offense is going to look like next year. I don't think with New England, I don't think that it's going to be a magic button was pressed with Vrabel. I know they cleaned up the defense a little bit. They still don't have any receivers. I know they got Diggs, but Diggs has kind of been, you don't know if he's going to be good or not. So I do think that there is some hope that you're going to have a better year than necessarily like, okay, this is going to be a dumpster fire again this year. And then next year we'll get our franchise quarterback in the first round.
Cody, just wanted to thank you for all your time. You almost gave us an hour, and hopefully I'll speak to you soon and we'll talk down the road, man. Appreciate you, and
Great stuff,
good
Coach.
luck with everything.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again. If you listen to anything and you like defense and you're a defensive guy like me, matchquarters.com is the first place to stop. So I appreciate you letting me come on and talk defense, especially sauce and DB play, because that's what I love.
Awesome, man. Thank you, Cody. Have a great day.
Thanks. You too. You guys have a great day.
You too.
Awesome. Wow. Pete, what a great get, dude. That was excellent. Excellent. So there are a lot of questions, man. It's an interesting situation because you're on the brink of paying a player like Sauce. Like, this is a really important decision for, it's GM and head coach. They just got in and they got to deal with, are they going to pay this guy or not? So it's really nice hearing a breakdown of where Sauce is at. What's the upside? Is it, is this as good as he's going to get? Are his problems fixable? Where should he play? Trying to make sense of the Stevens signing and what it means. Like, dude, he was excellent. Excellent.
I also like the fact how he said that he wouldn't pay Garrett Wilson the $30 million.
Yeah, it's funny, Jug. I heard that too.
So, June, I'm just curious, how many victory laps you're taking after that guest? Is it like 1.5 or
wait,
14?
Mark, can I say one thing? As much
Be careful and ask me that
I
question.
remember K-Mac giving Lee John some stuff on right and left corner, and this guy just evaluated on the left and right corner. K-Mac, you want to elaborate?
I still think that's the most asinine shit I've ever heard. I don't really.
Honestly,
What up,
no.
Kate?
But
What up?
listen, he's not in here. I'd be curious now to see if they do keep Sauce on the left side more a lot, which they're probably gonna now. I never looked at it that way.
Me neither.
So let's see
So
if this guy,
so y'all are talking about paying a guy in excess of $25 million, and he can only play one side of the field.
And he can't tackle. And he
Well,
can't catch.
let me ask.
And he
When
doesn't
all
take
right,
the ball away. Now, if you're telling
okay.
me this guy was getting like fucking Diggs numbers of picks a season, or even had Diggs numbers for his career, and when it comes to picks or even takeaways, then it's like, all right, keep him on the left side. But you're gonna pay somebody $30 million who doesn't travel, doesn't tackle, and doesn't take the ball away.
That shit sounds so stupid.
But
I
yeah,
Well, all
promise.
but
right,
yeah, but
hold on. Now, I don't want to come to the defense of Sauce Gardner here, but we got to be honest. Yeah, Sauce doesn't take the ball away. He also doesn't get a lot of opportunities to take it away either because teams normally avoid him.
hundred
The
percent.
year that he got a bunch of opportunities was the year DJ Reed. I think that was his rookie year, and like
No,
or it might have been his rookie or his second year.
It's the
But DJ
second
Reed
year.
was the best corner on the team. The DJ Reed should have been an All Pro that year,
Yeah.
as well as
the
he
And it was
first
and it
played.
year
was
I
Sauce
agree.
Gardner who was the all pro. But I mean, I'm not trying to disrespect Sauce. I'm just more so saying, like, you're telling me that you cannot put this guy on the right side or that he's a bona fide left corner, but then you're also gonna sit here and say that he's worth 30, 25 plus mil, 30 million.
Yeah, that shit
And
crazy.
and
Well,
then and
but
with
hold
all of the
on, hold on. Like,
deficiencies in his
let's
game.
be fair though. There are splits that teams utilize to determine where best to put you. It's the same thing in other sports like baseball
Yeah.
or how in basketball there are certain guys that shoot a higher percentage from the corner, or some guys that shoot a higher percentage from the arc. It depends. Like, it's where you're most comfortable, and I don't think that's a problem. I think when you do something so often and and you have so many reps at a certain spot and you're really good there, they shouldn't take that away. They shouldn't
No,
change it.
I'm not
Can Sauce play both sides? Yes. Is he better on one side than he is on the other? Absolutely. But if they asked him to travel, he could do it. I don't know.
Hmm?
I don't know why that's a
I
bad
mean,
thing.
I
Like
get it, I get it, but at the same time, Widow, like
Come on.
if I am on a team, it made no sense to do it in the last few years. It made no sense to do it. You are now going to have Brandon Stevens on your team, where you literally saw him last year get bullied. Like literally, the entire game plan versus the Ravens for your team and several other teams as well. When they played the fucking Ravens, they said we are going to throw at Brandon Stevens because he's not going to get his head around. It's either going to be a catch or it's going to be a penalty. And in a situation like that, you're gonna say, "Oh well, I'm not going to put Sauce on whatever best wide receiver that we're going to play." And and
Exactly.
and
That
and
hey,
and
okay,
no
Matt, that's my
disrespect to the
point.
Bills, no, it doesn't necessarily make sense for the Bills because they have an all everybody eats mentality. But going up against the Tariq Hills or the Stephon Diggs
Facts.
or
Facts.
the Jamar Chases of the world, you're going to just say,
Facts.
"I'm just going to put him on the left side." That's a
That's
that's
it.
a
That
deficiency.
shit sound crazy.
That's a deficiency in that defensive game plan if that's what you decide to do.
Yeah, but there are ways to scheme around that. When you have a elite level shutdown corner, if you decide to put your best player offensively on the other side, okay, no problem. Because of how good I believe my corner is, I'm going to leave him where he's comfortable, and I'm just going to allocate more assets to the side you want to throw the ball to
No,
force you to put the ball in harm's way,
You're just
or
gonna roll the
challenge
no,
my
coverage.
guy. Now, my
no offense to
yeah, that's it. Like, that's what
Like
we
you're just
did
gonna
with
roll
Trey
the coverage
White.
to that
Like,
side.
not not trying to
yeah, in
say
2021, bro, Trey White was one of the best corners in the NFL. And we just, when teams would go away from him, we said, all right, no problem. We're just going to roll coverage to that side.
yeah.
We're going to move extra guys over there. And then we'll understaff the side that Trey White is on and make it so you have to make a choice. Do I put it in harm's way, or do I take a risk and go after this guy
with the
who can hurt me?
with the better secondary with the Ravens, I'm not putting Marlon Humphrey in that kind of what's the name because I think he's kind of past that like all pro kind of stature as a quarterback. I mean cornerback, even though I still think he's pretty good in the NFL. Um, they still couldn't be able to hide him. Like even with fucking Kyle Hamilton in the secondary. What's the other?
Bro, they had bad safety play. They had bad safety play. Like that
Yeah,
like obviously early on Kyle Williams. I mean, early on Hamilton was they brought Hamilton into the box.
yeah,
That's where you saw a lot of them giving up a lot of big explosive plays in the passing game was because they didn't have a deep safety capable of protecting their corners, especially Brandon Stevens. But uh, once you saw them move Hamilton to the deep safety and Marlon Humphreys to the inside at slot, that like they weren't giving up a lot.
Right.
They really weren't
The
because
Ravens
they
weren't, but Brandon Stevens
essentially
was.
they covered
The Ravens
the
weren't, but
well
Brandon Stevens
essentially,
was.
but yeah, he was giving up. He was giving up penalties, but I mean they didn't give up a ton of explosive plays, and that's because they essentially insulated him with Humphreys in the slot and Hamilton over top. I just think there's ways to scheme around it. I don't think Brandon Stevens is a really good player, but I think if you're gonna do something to get Sauce back on track, I think it makes a lot of sense. If I know, the guy Cody came in and said that, they need to put to go and get another corner. I disagree. I think if I'm the if I'm the if I'm the Jets, I might entertain a trade back at 7 and take an Eman Wari and have him in the box and Cisco deep, and then I'll run the risk of, if you're gonna attack Stevens, we'll just try to roll guys over there to make it a little bit more difficult. That's literally the only spot. Like if you get an Eman Worry or you get a Kevin Winston Jr. or whatever, you have Cisco who can play the free, and then you have a guy that can function in the box and make things difficult in the intermediate area
I I
of the field.
I
I
I
would
agree.
You
I
can
agree
then
with you
protect
from
a guy
that.
like Brandon
I agree
Stevens
with
a
you
little
from that
different.
aspect. I mean, where they're at with 7 though, they can get the best possible corner available. But I mean, if not there, I think you definitely need to upgrade safety. I just think that going into one, I wouldn't have signed Brandon Stevens if you know he's going to be a fucking liability and you
I
have
would
to.
move him to
You,
safety. Like I would strongly consider him moving. The one great asset about Stevens is his run defense and the fact that he can rush and the fact that he's one of the best pass rushing corners in football.
right.
Like you can use him, you can utilize him in the slot, and he was very very effective
Yeah.
in terms of
Well, Jarek,
yeah.
that makes me think too that I forgot they brought back Isaiah Oliver. They can even play him at safety.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Stevens. He's 6'2". He's 215 pounds. He's big enough to play that position, and that's the strength of his is run defense. I'm playing. I would move him to the strong safety spot, and I would draft a corner. Now what?
Yeah, I can't wait
What?
for the Jets. I can't wait for you guys to fuck up and say we're not gonna keep Stiggers unless Stiggers go. I can't wait for y'all to fuck up and do that because I want
Nah,
Buffalo to grab him.
they
Wait,
ain't gonna
wait,
let
wait,
him
wait,
go
wait,
though.
wait, 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 wait. Now that's funny you say
June's
that.
favorite
Wait,
guy. You just got
yeah,
June going.
exactly. Because Mark keep making
Thanks,
jokes about.
Mark.
I keep telling that Stiggers is he need an
I'm
opportunity.
listen, man. I'm not saying that Stiggers is gonna come in and be a top 10, top 20 guy, but if you want to have a situation where you roll coverage or you want to bait teams into attacking a guy with big play potential, Stiggers is him. Like Stiggers' ball
I'm telling
production
you,
is stupid. I
telling
would
you,
100%
telling you.
consider giving him an opportunity to
You give him
actually win
opportunity.
that cornerback 2 job.
Yep,
That's
yep,
just
Last
me though.
year,
100%.
okay, June. Because last year with like I was watching Stiggers get twisted in coverage. So if you develop, listen, I squint and look at Stiggers and I see Ashton Davis, who
Oh
when
my
everything else
God.
is working.
No,
Well,
no, no,
listen,
no, no. Ashton Davis played college football in the United States. Stiggers played like arena football or something weird like that. And
yeah,
Yeah.
then
that's
he
worse.
played in the CFL, bro. That
No, it's
my
not.
point
My,
is,
You gotta understand his situation.
See,
You gotta understand his
yeah,
situation, bro.
he,
I
he
mean,
don't know. He don't
I
know.
don't want to do too much. I don't
Mark's
like
the
doing a
only
lot
guy
of.
that
I don't
watches.
like doing a lot of caping for like guys who are like under the radar like type of players. But I do I 100% agree with Whittle on that aspect because
Thank you.
I
Thank
know almost every single team in the AFC East did research on Stiggers. Maybe the only team that I can't think might have not looked into him is the Patriots. but I know that the Dolphins were definitely doing some research on Stiggers, and I mean, I think there's some potential there. Um,
Really.
That's
so
the only
I
part
just
where I
I just
agree.
I
Potential.
anytime that's kind of the confusing part with me because if I was the GM, I would have never signed Brandon Stevens. So being that y'all did, anytime there's an opportunity for a competition battle, why would you not look into it?
Exactly. Exactly.
All
Do you
right.
guys
Exactly.
still have Eccles too? You have
No,
Eccles
Eccles
still?
is
No, he
gone.
went to Pittsburgh.
Well,
I was going to
that's
ask
probably
him
where
about him.
Stevens comes into play.
Like,
It's probably
and that's
the
and that's
replacement
the
for
thing
Eccles.
too. Like, y'all have the perfect opportunity, being that y'all got a whole new coaching staff, to be like the only people who really got their job is Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner on and what's the dude's name? Quentin.
Quitting.
It's Quentin.
Quentin.
Everybody else, bro, y'all gotta prove it to me, or
Exactly.
I might draft
Exactly.
I might draft him. We're in a perfect spot to get
Huh?
anybody we want.
You're
K
forgetting
man,
the
No,
No,
linebacker
K
he
man,
core.
no.
don't.
K,
He's
Here,
not as familiar with you guys' roster. So I mean,
Sherwood,
I
K,
think
Quincy
I think your
Williams.
linebacker duo. I think your linebacker duo
I,
is pretty
I
safe. I
yeah.
think your edge guys are pretty
Yeah.
good. I think you guys have like 3 or 4 guys on that O line. I think are pretty good. I like the wide receivers with an addition of like a big, tall, or a possession guy. Like I don't think you guys need to go wide receiver early, but like especially if you go and get like a tight end in the first or second round, you get a Tyler Warren or a Mason Taylor. I think you could then wait and say, all right, we'll take a Pat Bryant later. We'll take a Isaac Tesla. We'll take a Jalen Lane or whatever.
I
We'll
mean,
take a complimentary guy.
I think
Yes,
I
y'all are
that
confusing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that anybody can be cut or released or anything like that. I'm just more so saying that I'm taking the top 3 players on the team, and those are the only
eh,
guys who are safe from the
right,
aspect
and
of
evaluating the
everybody
rest.
else can be a
Right.
competition battle. Now I know what's
Exactly.
the name. McDonald
yep.
had 10 sacks. I know y'all just signed the linebacker back that was really good for
Yeah,
y'all last year.
Sherwood.
Like I know there's other
K-Mac,
positions that
there's
have a
no
bunch of
competition
upside.
with
I'm just more
Sherwood, though, to
I
be fair.
100% sure because he's not going anywhere. I'm just more so saying from the aspect of like a specific spot, like cornerback 2. Oh yeah, there's going to be competition there.
Should have
There
been
needs to
there.
be open competition everywhere, and
Yep. Yep.
that's the biggest thing with my team that I don't appreciate because we look at certain people and be like, oh well, we drafted this person here, or we spent money there a few years ago. Like, nah, it needs to be if you're not a star at this specific position, we're gonna have an open competition. Anybody's spot can get taken.
Yep.
Let me ask you a
And that's how it's
question.
supposed to be.
Let me
That's
ask you a
exactly how it's
question,
supposed to be.
June. So if you're starting, let's say, okay, you got open competition on that side of the ball. So you got Stevens up there who get, and listen, one of the things, again, we're going up based off what the front office has said. They're prioritizing a lot of role players as opposed to stars in this free agent period. So if you look at all the deals, it's a lot of guys. It's like a low dollar, low time. They're plugging guys in to try to fit a scheme rather than saying we want the best available dude at this position in this free agent period. That's kind of how they're going about it, and that's a context where the Stevens. That's maybe the only context where the Stevens signing makes sense. And I don't like Stevens. All right, I think he's going to be burnt toast. I also think that anyone who's playing opposite Sauce, regardless of our fans talking down about Sauce, let stop. Like they're going to throw at the guy who's opposite Sauce. If I'm a DC, that's where I'm throwing the football. All right, that's so. Do you feel comfortable with Stevens over there or Stiggers over there in a pure? And they're going to play a lot of press man on that side too, on both sides, really. But like that's what it's going to look like. I don't have comfort
not gonna
there.
lie, I would be comfortable with Stickers being over there.
No.
I just
Now, the upside
Yes, I
is
I
would.
there,
believe
Whittle. I
in
won't
him,
argue with
dog.
that.
I really believe in him.
He don't know anything about him, so he just all
Oh
year
my God, June. I know plenty. You didn't listen to what I said.
all year long you've been sitting there saying that Stick is he is my guy. I'm telling you that's my guy.
June, he's your
June, you, it's
guy.
June. June, if he was the Jets guy, why would they give Stevens this
Bro,
big
they
deal?
listen,
Ooh.
they have not listen, the Jets fairly have not played the young boys to even see what they have.
All right, but it's a
But
new
you're,
regime,
but you
June.
just
And
answered
and
you
Kendall,
just
you
answered
did
your
bring up a
entire
good
question,
point.
PD. Like
Wait.
it's a new
Yes.
regime, so why would you bank on somebody who doesn't have much starting experience? Like compared
Okay.
to a guy who yeah, he was burnt toast last year with the Ravens, but he's at least started. Like I
Yeah.
don't agree on the money that y'all paid him, but let's say y'all paid him a 1 year $7 million, $8 million deal. I don't think it
Hmm.
would be bad, especially if there was an open competition there. Open competition
That's
there to
fair.
where if you come in and win it out, like that's why I'm more so talking about the competition is because this is a new regime and you could really new guys can show what they can do maybe in a different scheme, different play calls, different things like that that they might not have had an opportunity to do last year with a regime that was already on the hot seat, getting fired, everything like that.
Honestly, my sense of
And
what they're gonna
Kendall,
do.
wait,
Oh, sorry,
Mark, can
Pete.
I
Go ahead.
just make a point? No, Kendall, sorry, K-Mac, I keep doing it.
It's
K-Mac
good, bro.
brought
I
up a
really
great
don't.
point,
I
though.
don't really care. I was just joking.
All right, so you did bring up a point, though, about the three guys. Now, Sherwood and Quincy, I don't think will have, but the coach actually said that, Joe Tippmann's going to be pushed by the guy Myers they signed from Green Bay. He was a starter last year. Now, to me, Joe Tippmann isn't great, but he was solid.
Yeah,
Why would he say that? I agree with you
because
there.
we wants
Like,
a competition. I think that's good. I just think that specifically when we're talking about cornerback too, why would you not want to see what if Stiggers? Let's say Stiggers comes in and he is better than Brandon Stevens. Is that not a win?
Yep.
well, yeah, but then they failed at the free agency, but you can get out of
You
it.
can get out
Pete,
of that.
there's no problem with it,
And
but
you now
honestly,
immediately
uh,
have depth. You got youth at the position because Stiggers
Hmm.
is younger, and then two you have depth if Stiggers was to get hurt. Uh, like you got flexibility there. Like competition is never bad, especially when the person who's competing for the role is younger than the current quote unquote starter.
Yep, fair
when
enough, Mark.
Muji
Make your point, and then I got to close.
when Muji was asked about the Stevens signing, he said, "I want a long, tall, physical corner that could play press man on that side, and Stevens can do that." My guess with Stevens, based on what you guys are saying are his skills, what they might do, they might send Stevens quite a bit, roll, and like they may line up and then send him, and then use him as more of a role player rather than being like, listen, man, all your snaps today, you're just playing. You're press man. We're never sending you. We're never like we're not going to do anything interesting with you. You're just going to be. We want you to be the best press man corner you can be. I don't think that's what they're going to do with him because I don't think that's great for him based on his skill set and what you guys are telling me. So again, I'm just going based off what Muji said about why they wanted to get a player like this. So I think they're going to try and create a lot of havoc up front and create a lot of odd pressures and and do that to try to mask Stevens' deficiencies in play. And they might end up rolling coverage like Whittle suggested. So that may be what it looks like. And listen, if Stiggers does pan out, great. But I'm not crowning Stiggers CB2. Sorry.
Jarek, you were saying?
No, I was about to say I don't know how much pressure that I don't I mean we talked about this last time. The average time to throw for a quarterback against the Jets was 2.5 seconds, which is insanely fast. Um, and that's with the Jets still applying, still being top five, outside the top five in pressure rate, 12th in sacks. Pretty much almost every advanced metric is suggesting that the Jets pass rush was actually good compared to the secondary. Now, of course, the scheme is going to be completely different, and we'll see what Steve Wilkes and what's the name, Aaron Glenn can do. But this is why again the Stevens signing again you're getting a longer corner, I guess, that can play that has some man coverage potential. And again, we'll just see what kind of happens there. But I don't, man. If they're expecting the Jets to kind of create that to even be better with even more havoc, it's going to be tough to follow up on it. Only because the Jets, at least statistically, was doing it and the secondary just got a little bit worse. But like I said, I gotta take into factor scheme,
Well,
scheme
Jarek,
fits,
we don't know
and
what they're
whether
going to
your
do
depth
up
area
front,
boy can improve it.
right? We don't know what they're going to do up front. And listen,
Right.
Quincy's fast. Sherwood is quick. Like they could be sending guys from Will McDonald. They could actually be creative and try to move him around. Like there's a lot of things they could do to create pressure from weird spots. Like and the Jets haven't like they were not doing any of that last year. They were hoping and praying that they could get home with 4 and with games up front and create, you know, blocking problems and drop 7. Like that's what they really wanted to do. So this is going to be very different. And Quincy in the blitz, he's
Mm-hmm.
so fast. We watched him strip sack. What's his face? Russell Wilson in the Broncos game. Like it was one of the rare
Yep.
instances where they sent Quincy. They don't really send him a lot. I'm hoping that they. I think these linebackers can blitz. Like I'm curious.
Mark,
I'm really curious to see what they do.
Mark, did you just hear what Jarek said? The opposing offenses only had 2 point how many seconds?
They only
Two
needed
point
two and a
five.
half seconds, honestly, because folks were
Okay,
getting there were holes everywhere in the defense after Saul got fired. Is that what we're talking about?
no, what we talking about is the defensive line was still getting there. The pressure was still being put. It's just the cornerbacks was getting cooked.
They only needed 2.5 seconds, man. Like right from the jump, quarterbacks could get rid of the football. It was there. It was very clear where they could go with the ball because it just wasn't. Look, man, Michael Carter II being hurt and the rest of it. You heard him. You heard the guy say it. Who just came in here was like, oh well, they decided, oh, we're gonna start playing sauce out of position. We're gonna do that and see what happens. And no, man. And then these safeties were not terrific. So we got to stop acting like the
Let me ask you a question.
secondary.
Who
Yes.
who was Michael Carter's replacement?
They put Eccles
He signed
in,
for 3. He signed for 3 years. June.
No. Listen to what I'm saying.
who
When he
played.
got hurt last year,
Oh,
who was his replacement?
Yeah,
uh,
they put Eccles in from time to time. And
I think they
he's
put
not the nickel corner.
didn't they put what's his name, Isaiah Oliver in the
They did put
slot there?
Oliver in for some reps
Sometimes,
too.
right. Now, see, my point to that is when you say Michael Carter went down, they wasn't really picking on that on the second the second string slot. They was picking on the outside. That's why you see a lot of DJ and Sauce getting burned.
June, you're ignoring complimentary football in the back half, June. Because listen, Michael Carter II was doing a
Oh
lot.
man,
Listen, go watch it. Michael Carter II does a lot. And actually, listen to the corners talk about Michael Carter II. He's the unsung
I don't
hero in
I
that
don't care who
secondary.
they talk about. If you
Oh,
playing man,
okay.
and look, if me, you, and Petey playing cornerback, we playing man. If
All
because
right.
I got hurt, that don't mean that you guys that gives you guys the excuses of not playing man. You playing man. Stick your
Yeah,
man, no matter
June.
who
Pete,
get hurt.
June's in a walking boot right now.
yeah, Pete, I'm so glad you brought in an
That's
expert on
crazy, man.
corners to really break it down
That's
for
crazy.
us. And even
Well,
with that,
Mark, let's segue
That's
this for
crazy.
tomorrow. We'll talk about this tomorrow. I got
all
to
right.
close. K-Mac, thank you. June and Mark, as always. Whittle, Jarek, Jonathan, all the speakers, listeners. Who's down there?
Appreciate you, Petey.
Geo, yes, K-Mac, you too. Neek, hello, Neek. Nikki, Lawrence, Chris Johnson. Chris Jones, I mean, is in here. Mr. Positive. Uh, have a great day, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Jack, where you at, man?
Tear it down.
Tear it down and
Oh,
trademark
extend sauce.
Oh
and
no, it's Frank
trademark.
Garrett.
Trademark.
You
Goodbye.
heard what Cody said.